Good morning. Actually, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So many great stories going on here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely. And Robert, why are we looking at the Superdome right now?
That is a live shot of New Orleans, Louisiana, the Caesars Superdome, where Super Bowl 59 will be played on Sunday evening. The Kansas City Chiefs, the defending champions 2 times now, versus the Philadelphia Eagles. And we have a little bit of a discrepancy as who's going to be successful in this great battle of super amazing athletes. I mean, we're big fans of football. It's truly, I mean, this is like the gladiators of our time.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of people are saying the Eagles will win. I'm saying the Eagles will win. Robert says the Chiefs.
I think it's a three-peat.
We'll see what happens. So we're 5 days away from the Super Bowl, and some developing news since the last time we were live here this morning is the fact that the 47th Commander-in-Chief will be inside that dome on Sunday, 5 days from now. So this is the first time a sitting president has ever been to a Super Bowl. So quite interesting news there. Right. And then I thought about it. Well, we know that Taylor Swift will also be there because of Travis Kelce and the Chiefs. So quite an interesting crowd there with the Taylor Swift side of things. But at the end of the day, DJT, our great Commander-in-Chief, going to attend the Super Bowl. Again, never happened before with a president.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that. A fun fact, and we know President Trump likes to be the first in so many different ways, especially as president, but usually it seems, I believe Fox is airing it this time around. Traditionally, the big cable anchors would interview the president being on the station that was hosting the Super Bowl, so you'd see a presidential press conference recorded beforehand of some sort. And of course, we saw Bill O'Reilly do that with Barack Obama when he was in office, but now President Trump going to be right there live for Super Bowl 59. And we know how much of a sports fan he is, given that he hosted the Florida Panthers since they're in town playing the Washington Capitals in some hockey. And he got that golden hockey stick, a couple of really nice jerseys, and seemed to have fun with the players there, and knew some of their parents as well, a couple of the generational hockey players, as well as the ownership in Florida, being that it's his adopted home state.
Exactly. So that was yesterday, of course, where he saw the Florida Panthers at the White House there, congratulated them on their big Stanley Cup win from last year. Well, now the Caps are playing the Panthers in Washington tonight. So the Washington Capitals hosting those Florida Panthers. So for those of you in D.C., maybe check out the game tonight if you'd like. But there's a lot of news coverage from now until that puck is dropped at 7 o'clock tonight in Washington. Of course, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu traveling from Israel yesterday on the Wing of Zion, which is similar, of course, to the Air Force One in the sense of the leader. That's the president's plane, of course, called the Wing of Zion. So he's going to talk about a lot of things with President Trump. I'm sure President Trump has a lot on the table to talk about as well, as this is the first international leader of President Trump's 47th administration that someone's traveling to the White House to meet with the president.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's very important. A lot on the desk for them to discuss: the continued peace of Israel, the ending of the war, how to deal with Hamas and Hezbollah. I'm sure ISIS will be on the table with the strikes. President Trump making that action over the weekend to hit some targets in Syria who were with the caliphate. And I mean, it must be like it has to be repeated over and over for him, because remember, he crushed the ISIS caliphate, which Barack Obama allowed to happen during his tenure. And that was roughly done within a matter of weeks, because he let the military go after these bad guys, especially with the use of the mother of all bombs, a strategic weapon we now have over the course of the last few years, where you can actually go in. It's more advanced than a Buster bunker kind of bomb. So a lot of these people, they live in under the hills, in mountains. I mean, they're really running away from society, and we know where to find them and how to trace them. So thank God for our military. Thank God for a great Commander-in-Chief who knows how to handle that. But also, I'm sure the Abraham Accords being discussed and how we can create more peace throughout the Middle East during this tenure.
Exactly. So that surgical strike just recently against ISIS in Somalia to a number of ISIS members within the caves there. President Trump sharing that video, an unclassified, of course, video on Truth Social just the other day. So today we know specifically from the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, before he boarded his plane yesterday in Israel, he told a local Israeli news outlet called I-24 that the number of things that he's looking to talk to President Trump about is victory over Hamas, releasing all hostages, dealing with the Iranian terror axis and all of its components, and also to broaden the circle of peace in the Middle East and to strengthen security, all with a new remarkable era of peace through strength. That, according to the Prime Minister in Israel yesterday. In a little bit, we're going to have Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition. He'll join us here live on RSBN Live. We'll get to that in just a minute, but we'll also want to let you know about a few sponsors here at the network, as these sponsors are what provide us all of this coverage and all of this nonstop live event coverage here at the network. So let's talk about Colonial Metals Group. This is great. This is the Free Gold Guide. Go to freegoldguide.com to get this.
Yes, you can scan that QR code right there and you get this free, beautiful guide for options for you or family members regarding your personal savings and reaching the golden age of retirement, because Colonial Metals Group does it better than anyone else, quite frankly. And we need gold, silver, precious metals in order to diversify our assets and our properties, or even that 401k or IRA. It's just not enough against the threats of inflation. So having this time-tested standard that really has survived through different leaders and different kinds of governments for generations and generations. You know, really, should we have ever left the gold standard? Debatable, but I mean, you look at all this printed money now and how a federal government can just keep printing and printing and printing, and it devalues the currency ultimately. Fortunately, you know, Panama, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio was just over the last couple of days, and then El Salvador on his Latin America and South American trip, they trade in the dollar. So, you know, that's exciting for us, and we need to strengthen that, but this is a great way to protect your own assets.
Exactly. So freegoldguide.com for more information. Great free info kit from Colonial Metals Group. It's 3:07 Eastern, getting ready to go to Washington, D.C., where we're going to see the 47th Commander-in-Chief meet with the first international leader at the White House of the 47th administration, of course, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. Also, we know that about 4 o'clock, the President will greet the Prime Minister, and at about 4:05, they will have a bilateral meeting. And then at around 4:20, they'll also participate in getting ready for a 5:10 p.m. Joint press conference inside the East Room of the White House. This is the second time we're going to see the East Room. The other time was when President Trump signed his first bill into law, the Laken-Riley Act. A great, great law, of course, for the protection of our people here in this country. But again, we're going to see the President and the leader of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, there in the East Room. As we are also looking at a number of other stories as we await that picture there, as he will pull up here in just a bit of time. We'll await the 3:40 interview with Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition. So let's shift over. We're going to talk about the international tariffs in just a second, but let's go to the southern border, where the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, was just at Fort Bliss, Texas yesterday. We do have video of that, and as soon as I hear that it's ready from our director, we'll go to that. So it's great. We're seeing the troops there, then we're seeing the Secretary of the DOD there as well to say, hey guys, we're really behind you on this.
Right. Complete support from the top. Will be a different Pentagon. Remember, President Trump spoke of the TV generals back on the campaign, and now you have really a modern warrior in Pete Hegseth. Of course, the title of his book, sharing stories of fellow people in the Army and the different branches that he served with, but someone who's truly not only a man's man, but truly a soldier who is reporting for duty and taking this role on. He's going to reform the Pentagon. There's no question. This
was yesterday in Fort Bliss, Texas. The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, visiting troops along the southern border.
Hands up! Hands up! Manos! Manos arriba! Going over. I have principal.
I got it.
I'm going right here.
Yep. job.
¿Cuántas personas tienen? ¿Cuántas personas tienen?
12, 13, 14.
Oh, which one is it? 12, 13 o 14?
Somos 14.
14?
Sí.
¿Tienes niños?
No,
¿Qué es su nacionalidad? ¿Todos son mexicanos?
no somos mexicanos.
¿Tienes niños?
No.
Yeah, we have POSCON ISS complete. 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 14. What do you have? Drag in BO. Vessel was compliant on step 1. Initial count 14 POB. All claiming Mexican nationality. ¿Tienes un chaqueta? ¿Chaqueta? ¿Tienes uno o no?
Hey there, attention!
Morning, sir. Sergeant Captain. Task Force Griffin. I'm blessed. How far do you think? Yeah, I'd rather do it out here.
He is a part of the Task Force Griffin logistics cell.
Sir, Henry Dixon again, Commander of the Joint Task Force.
Here at the border, and based on the data and everything we're seeing on paper, you have everything you need to conduct the mission. So that's something we're going to do everywhere we go, is talk.
Okay, so that was video from yesterday as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth visiting troops along the southern border there at Fort Bliss in Texas. Obviously, it's just some raw video. It's just good to see just what it's like without all the extra stuff going on, just to see him there meeting with troops. And then the video prior to that was actually one we've played a couple times here in the past couple days. That happened just a few days ago off the coast of California. The U.S. Coast Guard intercept a illegal alien vessel with 14 Mexican nationals on board there. So yeah, we see that our troops and also the Coast Guard and others, National Guard, even the state and county and local levels, you know, the country's really embracing President Trump's serious situation that he has been dealt about the southern border, and he's taking care of business.
Well, think about this. You had Lloyd Austin, who was Secretary of Defense, and then Alejandro Mayorkas, who was at Kristi Noem, of course, took over that role, Department of Homeland Security Secretary. What a difference between Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth on the ground with the troops, with police officers going on these raids, seeing to it that their departments actually get the job done. The mandate that people voted in last November for President Trump to secure the southern border and to secure the homeland. So, wow, what a difference. No excuses, just people really literally able to do their jobs now.
Exactly. And so as you see the White House on the right side of your screen, of course, we'll be going live as soon as we see the Israeli Prime Minister arriving to the West Wing of the White House. President Trump, of course, will be greeting the Prime Minister as they start their bilateral meetings. And then, of course, from there will be a press conference a bit later from the East Room. So that'll be quite interesting, but also a lot of people watching that, especially in the Middle East and in Europe. And of course, here in the States, as we see more specifics about how to have victory over Hamas, to release all the hostages. Also, the Prime Minister talking about dealing with the Iranian terror access and all of its components, as they want to achieve a remarkable era of peace through strength. Those words from the Prime Minister of Israel just yesterday before boarding the wing of Zion, which is comparable to the Air Force One plane that we have, of course, here in the States. All of this brought to you by American Finance and other great companies as well.
Oh, yes. You could save an average of $800 per month at American Financing. And with credit card rates and interest so high right now, some of us paying 20% over truly of what we're owed, just because interest is compounding month after month, they can actually save you on 2 consecutive mortgage payments. So not only a savings of the average there, $800 per month, but also delay it by 2 months. Very smart to go with AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN.
American Financing, great sponsor here at the network. We'll be talking about that great sponsor soon. More of that, and then also a number of other sponsors as we get ready to go to the Capitol, actually to the White House, of course. Earlier today, we were at the U.S. Capitol for the Senate Finance Committee voting for RFK Jr. 14-13, the win. Now it moves on to the next process.
Yeah, so now you have a cloture vote, which simply means that's the entire Senate, that it will now move to a final vote. So you have 2 more votes until Bobby Kennedy becomes the Health and Human Services Secretary, something exciting and likely to happen given the fact that it got out of committee. You had Bill Cassidy from Louisiana and then also Mr. Tom Tillis from North Carolina, who were somewhat on the fence as Republicans, and people involved in the medical field in the past, of course, with Bill Cassidy being a medical doctor, but both of them saying, look, he's the guy who is answering the call. He's spent a career dealing with these things. And Tom Tillis, at the end of it, there was a vote, and then some people were allowed to speak and air further grievances. Well, Tom Tillis stayed behind and said, you know, quite frankly, why I voted for him, because there's been a lot of misinformation about Bobby Kennedy when it comes to vaccine information, that he wants to withhold things like the polio vaccine from people and from students. No, that's not the case. That's completely fake news. And nice to see Senator Tillis standing up for RFK Jr. as he seeks to become the next Health and Human Services Secretary.
And anybody that stands up for any of these cabinet appointees is standing up for we the people and President Donald Trump, because obviously he's the one that appointed these great folks to be the next Secretary of X Department. So looking forward to seeing Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and get through the Senate confirmation process and on the Senate floor being sworn in, wherever the swearing-in process will be. We'll have all of that coverage for you here on Right Side. If you've seen a lot of our coverage after the inauguration, we've seen the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, sworn in by the Vice President. Also, we saw the Vice President just the other day in Ohio. Of course, that was just yesterday. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, to your point earlier, in Panama and El Salvador. So just a lot of live coverage happening in D.C. and outside of the Beltway, including Ohio yesterday. And this international trip by the Prime Minister of Israel on his way to the White House there. So we'll have all of that in its entirety. That's the vantage point that we'll be seeing the Prime Minister meeting with the President and walking into the White House, having some meetings, and then, of course, having a press conference in the East Room of the White House. It'll be great to hear from both leaders, their statements, and then we'll see what kind of questions the fake news press has. Now, not everybody in there are fake news press. We know that there are some conservative and more just, American-based outlets there that have the interest of the American people. So that's always good to see. Let's shift over to the international tariff situation with Mexico and Canada. Can you believe it, Robert? As soon as President Trump gave them the 25% tariffs, they gave them back, but then they folded within 24 hours.
Really remarkable to see that yesterday, with 10,000 Mexican troops now going to their northern border, our southern border. And of course, Prime Minister Trudeau spending $200 million to help stop the fentanyl crisis and the Mexican cartels that are foreign terrorist organizations to the United States and, quite frankly, to Canada as well, as they've been trying to operate with their drug trade and human trafficking happening just to north of our border. And it simply won't happen anymore. And President Trump is giving the Prime Minister and the President roughly 30 days to complete these missions. And if they don't, then more tariffs.
Exactly. So it looks like that pause will hopefully continue and it will just go away, and because Mexico and Canada are doing the job that they need to do on the northern and southern border. Also, as it's 3:20, we're seeing various live vantage points there. Of course, that's outside the White House. Also, the president signing more executive orders today inside the White House. If we get the tape, which we may, we'll air that in its entirety, as well as we get ready to interview Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition at about 3:40 Eastern. At about 4 o'clock, that's the general time frame. We'll be expecting the Prime Minister there at the White House, and we can toss to that video as well. So all of this kind of a fluid situation, as they say, as we are live on RSBN Live. Once again, Robert McNeely alongside myself, Matthew Alvarez. A little bit of an accent there. I don't know why I did that, but hey, it's live TV. So, all right, so it's Tuesday, February 4th. Again, thank you so much for joining us, as there are a number of great sponsors we can thank here at the network, including freetrumpbook.com. And there is an ornament, even though Christmas is a long way from now, there's still an ornament there that wasn't there before for the Free Trump book. So it's kind of cool that you can get the book and the ornament.
And the new ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas and someone who's been a stalwart in the movement for years and years, really producing this great coverage for those young ones in your life, or maybe even the neighbor who's not paying attention. It's the Kid's Guide to the Courage of President Trump, and then also the Kid's Guide to President Trump. So you can see all the successes from the first term and then what's been accomplished in 2 short weeks. So free Trump gifts for your kids and your loved ones, freetrumpbook.com, and it's free. So sometimes we overlook that. It's a great gift and something for those in your family so they can get the real news and also maybe learn something that they aren't learning in school.
Exactly, freetrumpbook.com, the place to go. Of course, Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, a great choice there by President Trump. At 3:21, I'm seeing on disclose.tv on True Social, just in, Trump says Palestinians have no alternative but to leave Gaza, and he would like to see Jordan and Egypt take them. That, according to disclose.tv, and I've seen this kind of just social media posting from disclose.tv, and they usually are on point with some of these things. So I have to give credit to where credit's due. I'm not going to act like we came up with that. I mean, that's what they're saying there. What will President Trump say in this press conference and with these meetings? And we were talking earlier, you know how we see the president meet with various leaders next to the fireplace, and we were talking about where that was. And you were saying it's in the Oval Office, of course, on the other side of the Resolute desk. So will we see the president and the prime minister in there? And then the press, of course, has to move out to the East Room.
Right.
So we're going to see a lot of coverage here. We're just going to go with it at RSBN Live as we see it, to just bring you exactly what you need to see when it comes to inside the White House in real time on live TV right here at Right Side.
And I assume they will start in the Oval Office, given that it seems as if, based on the schedule, they have a lot to talk about and pretty in-depth. So I'm sure the two leaders will be discussing that thoroughly as they go on with their afternoon into the early evening. And I love the pomp and circumstance and the Marines who stand outside of the West Wing door. Very ornate, very welcoming as well. It's a really special thing to see, whether it's heads of state or even leaders of Congress coming in to see the president, where he mostly works in the West Wing, unless he's out and abroad. But it's a very special thing. These units dedicated to these moments and practice endless hours. And that's why you see their professionalism, especially with Marine One and such, where they don't even flinch. It's pretty amazing to watch, because they do it really for their career. So hours upon hours of practice and training in order to be very welcoming towards those foreign dignitaries.
And also a form of protection there as well. Wouldn't mind having Marines standing outside of a door of a home
Right.
as well, you know? So it's great to see that. And also the East Room of the White House, we saw the other day a number of service members standing in line along both sides of the East Room there as the president walked down to the room. And we're going to see that today again, this time alongside the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So if you're just joining us right now, of course, we're going to go there live as soon as we see the Prime Minister, and then we'll bring you every ounce of live feed that we have here at the network as we see things develop. So speaking of developing news, if you just are joining us now and you missed the top of the broadcast, the Superdome on Sunday will have President Trump in the building. This is the first time a president has ever been to a Super Bowl. I didn't know that. Did you know that?
I actually did not know that. No, I always thought that someone of the membership, the fraternity that is really tight-knit, maybe they don't all talk on a regular basis, but of course only a few people holding this glorious office. I thought someone would have had to have attended, but I guess they tend to enjoy, from home or on vacation. So
Yeah, and usually,
interesting.
In Super Bowls past, for those of you that really love the NFL, I know there's a lot of college football fans out there. I'm a college football fan, so are you, Robert, of
absolutely.
course. But for those of you that love the NFL, you'd always hear the president make a phone call to the winning quarterback or the winning coach at the end, congratulating them, the winner of whoever won. So what will that look like this time around? I mean, President Trump's going to either be in person or call the Chiefs of the Eagles team and say, hey, congratulations.
Hey, and this is someone who actually, sued the NFL for it, claiming it was a monopoly. If you remember that back in the day. So interesting how President Trump has gone about being really a cultural icon. And that's where he met Herschel Walker, gave him another chance after his injury. And now he's the ambassador of the Bahamas. So you never know where personal and professional relationships, what road that can lead down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the ratings, of course, are going to be through the roof, not only because, you've got the Philadelphia market, the Kansas City market, and just everybody that watches the Super Bowl. Now that, of course, Taylor Swift's going to be there because of the Chiefs, woohoo. But then you've got President Trump. A few songs, I like some of Taylor's songs here and there. But anyway, but President Trump being there in the house, though, this is going to be quite the thing to watch on Sunday.
It will be a great game between really two legendary teams with incredible fan bases, mind you, and then an unprecedented opportunity to go 3 straight Super Bowl championships. That would be something that even the great Tom Brady did not accomplish.
Exactly. So looking forward to that. Obviously, that's 5 days away. Staying in the now right now, let's talk about a number of other great products here at the network as we approach the bottom of the hour. Joining us soon will be Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition as we get ready to go to D.C. to see both the Prime Minister of Israel and President Trump meet. And then we'll have that press conference. We'll bring that to you live. Let's go to patriotaddictdeals.com. The great site there that Robert is on at least, every other day it seems like.
I have to limit myself
Yeah.
because I tend to buy things.
Yeah, and then it's not bad to buy. So there you go, the Patriot Addict Deals. The showcase product today, the Trump Combat Knife. There's also a number of other products on there. For those of you that love MAGA and love the rallies and love all of that, just to have a memento is always good too.
And so much memorabilia from the campaign days, and why not get yours now? You can claim that 30% off using RSBN 30 at checkout. Just scan that QR code, get your limited edition Trump Combat Knife, and talk about someone who has been in literal combat to save the country. That is President Donald John Trump and his beautiful family. It's amazing how much they've endured in this process.
100%. God is with that family. And so are we, the people, the majority of the country, of course, as we voted on November 5th. And it was too big to rig. And we see now the Commander-in-Chief back in office to the chagrin, as they say, for some liberals out there, probably a lot of them. But here's the point. A lot of people are going even from liberal to conservative in a lot of ways because they see the common sense of the president. They see that this is a guy that is working for safety, is working for wealth, is working for bringing us freedom, all of that here in this country. So a huge meeting today in foreign policy with the state of Israel and our country together. The leaders of both countries meeting together in just about 32 minutes from now. Again, if you're just joining us, the Prime Minister of Israel saying yesterday before boarding his Israeli presidential plane, he said he wants to talk about the victory over Hamas and having victory over Hamas. Let's just stop there. I mean, at the end of the day, that is part of whether you want to call Hamas Hezbollah or ISIS or whatever. President Trump the other day pressing the button, figuratively speaking, for the surgical strike in Somalia against a number of ISIS planners and taking care of business in that way. I mean, these people, unfortunately, are into something that is so extreme that is about taking the life of other people, and that is happening. And so therefore, President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu and others are saying, well, that has nothing to do with peace. We've got to bring real peace, and here are ways to do it.
And that's why it might make sense, as Disclosed TV had mentioned over True Social, that President Trump may be suggesting moving the Palestinians into Jordan and Egypt, and perhaps those governments would be open to that given some of the cultural differences that have taken place. And truly, it's, if you look at the term Palestinian, it's who was originally there. And if you look at the Judea people, they are the Jewish people. They're really the true Palestinians who first inhabited that land. So we've seen this proposal over the years where there were moments even where Democrat administrations, we'll give credit where credit's due. Jimmy Carter with those peace accords for Israel and Egypt, the Camp David Accords. I see the Abraham Accords being really the 2.0 or even 3.0 of that, because it involved 4 different nations, traditional enemies, who came together for the peace of the region, in turn really putting Iran on its back, up against the ropes. And that's something that Barack Obama and Joe Biden really failed at, because the Iran nuclear deal was terrible. It just gave them money. It allowed them to spin the centrifuges and create the petroleum and the necessary energy in order to create a nuclear weapon. And thank God they have not gotten there, because we know that Iran has fed these proxies and supported them, whether it be Hezbollah in Lebanon. They've also supported Hamas and the Houthis, the Shia militants who have gone into countries and really just spoiled everyone's peace and tranquility. So it has to end. We know that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are stalwarts and hawks on this, and it'll be interesting to see what the ultimate solution is.
And at the end of the day, the Prime Minister is saying he wants to see a broadening of the circle of peace in the Middle East and to strengthen security. And to your point about Iran, is to deal with the Iranian terror axis and all of its components. So, there's a lot to be discussed today in the nation's capital as we get ready to see the Prime Minister arrive there to the West Wing of the White House. At 4 o'clock, that will happen, the greeting between the two leaders. At about 4:05, they're getting right to it with bilateral meetings, talking about all of these things we're talking about and more. And then, of course, at 5:10, around that point, will be the joint press conference with the Prime Minister and the President. Producer, can you say that again? All right, let's go to the executive orders with President Trump.
Some terrific people in today and trying to solve some of the problems that are going on in the country and outside of the country. We're doing very well with respect to other countries really behaving on taking the criminals that they sent into our country, and we're getting them out. These are some of the worst people on earth, and they're getting out and they're being accepted back in their countries, as you've heard, without exception. So a lot of people thought that was not going to happen, but it's happening very full force. And we're getting some very, very dangerous people out of our country, which is very important. Will, perhaps we'll go through the first one, please.
Yes, sir. So earlier today, before the press came in, you signed a commission appointing Chris Wright to be your next Secretary of Energy. We have another commission prepared for your signature, sir. This is Doug Collins to be Secretary of the VA. Doug Collins of Georgia.
2 very good men. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Next up, in light of numerous actions taken by a number of bodies of the United Nations which exhibit a deep anti-American bias, we have an executive order prepared for your attention that would withdraw the United States from the UN Human Rights Council, would withdraw the United States from the UNRWA, which is a refugee organization, and would also review American involvement in UNESCO, which has also exhibited anti-American bias. More generally, the executive order calls for a review of American involvement and funding in the UN in light of the wild disparities in levels of funding among different countries that, as you've expressed previously, is deeply unfair to the United States.
So I've always felt that the UN has tremendous potential. It's not living up to that potential right now. It really isn't, hasn't for a long time. It has, there are great hopes for it, but it's not being well run, to be honest, and they're not doing the job. A lot of these conflicts that we're working on should be settled, or at least we should have some help in settling them. We never seem to get help That should be the primary purpose of the UN, the United Nations. And again, it's got great potential, and based on the potential, we'll continue to go along with it, but they got to get their act together.
What would they need to do, sir, to get their act together?
Well, they got to be fair to countries that deserve fairness. They have some countries, as you know, that are outliers, that are very bad, and they're being almost preferred as countries to those that do their job and are doing a good job. And they have to really, they're going to end up losing, a lot of countries, they're going to end up losing their credibility like other organizations, and then they're going to be nothing. The potential of the United Nations, and not everybody agrees with me on this, the potential of the United Nations is fantastic if properly run. So we'll see what happens.
How much money are you willing to take away from them?
Well, we're taking away a little bit, but we're not looking to take away money. This is so important that we're really, as you know, the United Nations is largely funded by us. But, and it shouldn't be, it should be funded by everybody, but we're disproportionate, as we always seem to be. But it's something that if it ever lived up to the potential, in 10 minutes it would make up the difference. That's the kind of power it could have. Right now it doesn't have that power.
Next, sir, this is a national security presidential memorandum that seeks to impose maximum pressure on the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Many of these provisions are similar to actions that your administration took during your first administration. The basic idea here is to have every department and agency, or many departments and agencies in your government attempt to sanction and control Iranian activities, particularly relating to the Iranian nuclear program and the Iranian export of terrorism through support of various proxy groups abroad. And the intent here is to give you all of the possible tools to, I'd say, engage with the Iranian government to ensure that going forward they are less of a malign actor on the world stage.
So this is one that I'm torn about. Everybody wants me to sign it. I'll do that. It's very tough on Iran. It's what we had before. We would have never had the problem. You would have never had October 7th. We would have never had the problem had the election gone a different way, which it should have. But this one, I think, more than made up for it. I think we're doing things, and it shows that more than made up for it, much more historic. The Iran situation, hopefully, I'm going to sign it, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it very much. We will see whether or not we can arrange or work out a deal with Iran, and everybody can live together, and maybe that's possible, and maybe it's not possible. So I'm signing this, and I'm unhappy to do it, but I really have not so much choice because we have to be strong and firm, and I hope that it's not going to have to be used in any great measure at all. It'd be great if we could have a Middle East and maybe a world at total peace. Right now you don't have that. When I left, you had peace all over the world, and now you have the world is blowing up. As you know, Bibi is coming in to see me later. Others are coming in to see me. We'll see what we can do. But I'm signing this, and hopefully it will be a document which won't be very important, will hardly have to be used.
So what kind of deal would you be prepared to
Well,
make?
we're going to see. I mean, we're going to see. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. With me, it's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to be tough on Iran. We don't want to be tough on anybody, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, are you going to engage in conversations with your counterpart in Iran?
I would.
Do you want to block the sale of Iranian oil to other nations?
Well, we have the right to do that, and that's what I did before, and they had no money. They wouldn't have had the money for Hamas or Hezbollah and anybody else. It could have been solved. This thing, it just, if things went the way they should have, this would have been over long ago, but it's not over.
How close do you think Iran is to developing a nuclear weapon?
I think they're close. I think they're close. They're too close. But again, you could go back 4 years, I would have said they would have had it during this intervening period. But they're pretty close, Peter.
And why say that you're unhappy to sign it if it's Iran and their proxies who have threatened to retaliate against you and your team by killing you guys for taking out Soleimani?
Well, they haven't done that, and that would be a terrible thing for them to do. Not because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That'd be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated. There won't be anything left. And they shouldn't be able to do it. And Biden should have said that, but he never did. I don't know why. Lack of intelligence, perhaps. But he never said it. If that happens to a leader, or close to a leader, frankly, if you had other people involved also, you would call for total obliteration of a state that did it. That would include Iran. So I'm signing this, and it's a very powerful document, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it.
Mr. President, if the Prime Minister today were to ask your help in striking at Iran's nuclear facilities to prevent the kind of progress towards a nuclear weapon, would you give him the green light? Would it, either to do it himself or for the U.S. to participate with him?
I don't know that that's what he's going to be asking for. I have no idea that it is. You're telling me. We're going to have a pretty long meeting. We're going to be discussing a lot of things, not only that, but a lot of things. And I'll let you know if the time comes to let you know. But right now, that's not something that I can discuss.
Mr. President, when you said if they do it, they get obliterated. Just to be clear, you're talking about if Iran made an attempt on your life.
Yeah, that would be called total obliteration. And I can't imagine they do that. It should have been stated by Biden, but he didn't state it because he had no clue, as you know, as everybody
What
knows.
is your vision, actually, for relationship with Iran?
Do you have anything else?
No, that's all we have.
My vision for
For a
what?
relationship with Iran, and would you?
I'd love to have a good relationship with everybody. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That was the only thing that was very important. They can't have a nuclear weapon. Beyond that, it would be very tough if they insist on doing that. They have some of their leadership, I can tell you right now, and maybe you know it, maybe you don't, but there are many people at the top ranks of Iran that do not want to have a nuclear weapon just for that very reason.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to China's retaliatory tariffs?
That's fine. It's fine. We're going to do very well against China and against everybody else. Right now, they've taken advantage of the Biden administration like I've never seen. I've never seen. The deficit with China is about $1 trillion. Think of it, $1 trillion. They're using our money to build their military. And Biden let that happen. We're taking a lot of fires here. We came back. This is like a different place. The good news is we're doing very well. We're doing well with countries that nobody expected we'd do well with. We are respected again as a nation. Maybe at a level that people haven't seen for many, many decades. But when I left, we didn't have any wars. I defeated ISIS, 100% of the ISIS caliphate, and now the world seems to be ready to blow up, but we'll see if we can stop it.
Mr. President, have you reached out to the Iranians about any kind of deal? Have you reached out to the Iranians about any kind of deal to start those discussions?
I would reach out. I mean, I have nothing. I see, I'm one that doesn't care whether I reach out or they reach out. A lot of people say, let them reach out, sir. And that, to me, it doesn't matter. It's just talk. But I want to see everybody do well. I want to see great countries, and I want to see peace in the Middle East and elsewhere. We're also working very hard with respect to Russia, Ukraine. That's a bloodbath. It's a total bloodbath. What's going on there is incredible. What's going on with the soldiers, young soldiers being killed by the thousands. I mean, literally by the thousands. And we want to see if we can get that stopped. And I think we've had some very good talks.
Any update on when you would speak to President Xi, sir? Any update on when you would speak to President Xi?
No, we'll speak to him at the appropriate time. I'm in no rush.
Do you think that conversation can lend itself to the type of freeze that it meant for the tariffs for Canada and Mexico?
Well, we'll see what happens. Well, there's a short-term freeze with Mexico, as you know, and with Canada. But they've agreed to be very, very strong on the border, stronger than they ever were by far, by a factor of about 30. And in addition to that, as you can see, we've been strong because we've had numbers like you've never seen before. I mean, the border is now closed, really closed. And with that being said, we're letting good people come through, and we want good people to come into our country. But the border is closed.
In your talks with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, do Do you intend to press him about how many deaths there have been amongst Palestinians? Are you concerned about that death?
I talk about that too. You know, both sides mean a lot. I talk about that. I talk about the other side. I talk about everything.
What's your main message to him today during your meeting?
Well, I'm here to listen. He's here to see me, and I'm here to listen. So.
Will you
There's
continue
not
to
much of a
press?
message.
Will
At
you
the right
continue-
time, I'll give him my
Mr.
message.
President, will you continue to press for this idea that Jordan and Egypt take Palestinians from Gaza?
Yeah, I would like to see Jordan. I'd like to see Egypt take some look. The Gaza thing has not worked. It's never worked. And I feel very differently about Gaza than a lot of people. I think they should get a good, fresh, beautiful piece of land, and we get some people to put up the money to build it and make it nice and make it habitable and enjoyable and make it a
They
home.
don't want to leave, though. Palestinians say they don't want to leave.
I don't know how they could want to stay. It's a demolition site. It's a pure demolition site. If we could find the right piece of land or numerous pieces of land and build them some really nice places with plenty of money in the area, that's for sure, I think that would be a lot better than going back to Gaza, which has had just decades and decades of death.
Where would those pieces of land be?
Well,
if
they
those
could
Arab
be in
countries
Jordan,
don't want
and they
to?
could be in Egypt, and they could be in other places. You could have more than two, more than one, but you could have more than two, and you'd have people living in a place that could be very beautiful and safe and nice. Gaza's been a disaster for decades.
Would the U.S. pay for that?
I don't think the UN would pay, but I think there's plenty of people that would in the area. They have a lot of money. They certainly have a lot of money. Some of the countries over there, they'd like to see it. I know that Saudi Arabia wants to see peace. I can see that. And many of the countries there, as far as I'm concerned, they all want peace. I think, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think Iran would like to see peace too. They've had enough. Don't you think they've had enough?
But the leaders of Egypt and Jordan have said bluntly they have no interest in doing this.
Well, they may have said that, but a lot of people said things to me. They said they wouldn't take anybody back in Venezuela, and right now they're flying them right back into Venezuela. And a lot of people, and they're doing the right thing in Venezuela. The Panama Canal is an active discussion right now. They said things about that, and virtually everything that's been said has been incorrectly stated based on the result.
Doesn't that amount to forcibly displacing? Wouldn't that amount to forcibly displacing those people from Gaza? If
I don't
they
think
say
so. I think if they had the opportunity, they'd love it. If they had an alternative to Gaza, they have no alternative right now. I mean, they're there because they have no alternative. What do they have? It is a big pile of rubble right now. I mean, have you seen the pictures of it? Have you been there? It's terrible to live. Who can live like that? And very dangerous. There's shooting all over the place. There's bombing all over the place on both sides. Now, I would think if they had an option of moving to an area, either in a large group or various smaller groups, and take care of the close to 2 million people, I would think that they would be thrilled to do it. They have no, when you say about the Gaza Strip, they don't have an option.
To be clear, you're saying they'd be thrilled.
Very dangerous.
They'd be thrilled to leave Gaza.
Oh, I think they'd love to leave Gaza if they had an option. Right now, they don't have an option. What are they going to do? They have to go back to Gaza. But what is Gaza? There's practically not a building standing, and they're very dangerous. Those buildings are shifting, and they're falling down all over the place, and there's gunfire all over. It's going to be that way for a while.
Mr. President, wouldn't it have made more sense to evacuate people while the war was ongoing rather than now when there's a ceasefire?
Which is what you're talking about?
When it was more dangerous when there were strikes overhead than now.
Well, the strikes could start tomorrow. There's not a lot left to strike.
Exactly.
It's a demolition site. The whole place is demolished. It's unsafe. It's unsanitary. It's not a place where people want to live. Nobody's got. They have no alternative but to go back. If we gave them an alternative of living in a beautiful open place with some, nice quarters there, nice housing of sorts, and we have the money in the Middle East to build that.
Do you support Israelis actually moving back and creating buildings?
Not necessarily, no. I just support cleaning it up and doing something with it, but it's failed for many decades, And somebody will be sitting here in 10 years or 20 years from now, and they'll be going through the same stuff, the wars. And you know, they've had civilizations on Gaza, many civilizations on Gaza, and they're buried in the sand.
Secretary
It
Rubio.
doesn't seem to work.
Secretary.
Thank you, sir. On Elon Musk, how often are you talking to him? And have there been ideas that he's brought to you that you've said, oh no, wait a minute, this is going a little too far?
Well, many ideas, but look, he's done a great job. Look at all the fraud that he's found in this U.S. AID. It's a disaster what the people, radical left lunatics, they have things that nobody would have even believed. The whole thing with $100 million spent on you-know-what, with money going to all sorts of groups that shouldn't deserve to get any money, with the money. I'd like to see what the kickbacks are. How much money has been kicked back? Who would spend that kind of money to some of the things that you read about and I read about and I see every night on the news and every morning when I read the papers? Who would spend money for that? I would say this, the people that got all that money, are they kicking it back to the people that gave it from government? No, that's, to me, very, very corrupt. The real question is, how much of a kickback has there been? And one of the things I want to investigate rapidly, because I've never seen anything to this extent, the train that's being built between Los Angeles and San Francisco is the worst managed project I think I've ever seen, and I've seen some of the worst. Billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars over budget. In fact, I read where you could take every single person that was going to go on the train and get the finest limousine service in the world and take them back and forth with limousines, and you'd have hundreds of billions of dollars left over. It is the worst thing, and we're going to start an investigation of that because it's not possible. I built for a living, and I built on time, on budget. It's impossible that something could cost that much. And now it's not even going to San Francisco, and it's not going to Los Angeles. They made it much shorter. So now it's at little places way away from San Francisco and way away from Los Angeles. No, we're going to start a big investigation on that because I've never seen anything like it. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The worst overruns that there have ever been in the history of our country. And it wasn't even necessary. I would have said, you don't buy it. You take an airplane. It costs you $2. It costs you nothing. You take an airplane. But this got started, and if you have to, you drive. You can drive.
Are there other agencies?
They have hundreds of billions of dollars of cost overruns, and it's not even the same project. It's much shorter. It's way outside of San Francisco and way outside of Los Angeles. So we're going to be looking into
Who's
this.
going to investigate that? Is that Doge who's going to investigate the train?
No, I'm doing that myself. No.
Some of these Doge engineers that Elon Musk has helping him are as young as 19 years old.
That's good. They're very smart, though, Peter. They're like you. They're very smart people.
Thank you. Have you met any of these guys?
No, I haven't seen them. They work actually out of the White House. They're smart people. Unlike what they do in the control towers, where we need smart people, we should use some of them in the control towers where we were putting people that were actually intellectually deficient. That was one of the qualifications, is you could be intellectually deficient. No, we need smart people. Some are young and some are not young. Some are not young at all. But they found great things. Look at the list of things. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I'll read off a list of 15 or 20 things that they found inside of the U.S. AID. It has to be corrupt. Nobody could approve that. They could only approve that if they were getting kickbacks. You're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars.
And it sounds like you're going to wind down USAID.
It sounds like it. I mean, I think so. Yeah.
So when that happens, which part of the government?
Well, I could see Marco Rubio being in charge, State Department, because they're giving money to. I mean, some of the money is well spent, I guess, but much of it is really fraudulent.
And on the Education Department, why nominate Linda McMahon to be the Education Department Secretary if you're going to get rid of the Education Department?
Because I told Linda, I hope you do a great job and put yourself out of a job. I want her to put herself out of a job. Education Department. So we're ranked number 40 out of 40 schools, right? We're ranked number 1 in cost per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. And we're ranked at the bottom of the list. We're ranked very badly. And what I want to do is let the states run schools. I believe strongly in school choice, But in addition to that, I want the states to run schools, and I want Linda to put herself out of a job.
Do you think that's something you can do with an executive order, or are you going to ask Congress to do it?
I'd like to be able to. Look, if I could give the schools back to Iowa and Idaho and Indiana and all these places that run properly, there's many of them. I think so. If you look at the list, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, believe it or not, China's doing very well on that list, a list of well-educated, where they run their school system well. You have a lot of countries, not surprising names. I think that if you moved our schools into some of these states that are really well-run states, they would be as good as Denmark and Norway and Sweden and some of the other states. And then you'd have the laggards, and you know who they are. I don't have to go to it, but you'd have the laggards, the same laggards that are laggards with everything else, including crime. But even them, you'll break it into systems. As an example, if you went to New York, you go to Westchester County, you go to Dutchess County, you go to Suffolk and Long Island and Nassau and Long Island. You have maybe 6 or 7 locations. And you have New York City, which would include the 5 boroughs. And I think even that would run much better than it does right now. Same thing with Los Angeles or California. You'd have Riverside, you'd break it up into 6 or 7, but most of them would be states, and you'd have one, like in Iowa, you give it to the state of Iowa, you give it to the state of Indiana, these are really well-run states. They don't have debt, they don't have problems, they don't have any crimes, relatively speaking, to speak of. And you would have education that would be the equivalent of Norway and Denmark and various other places that are at the top of the list. So we're at the bottom of the list, and we're the most expensive. We're at the top of the list when it comes to cost per pupil. We spend more money per pupil than any other nation in the world, and yet we're rated number 40. The last ratings came out, you saw them. So they talk about 40 countries. We're rated number 40. And I say that if we did this, we would go 20, 30 notches up. We could do great. And we would have some of the best districts in the world.
But are you looking to do that with an executive order, sir, or do you need to work with Congress?
Well, there are some people that say I could. I think I'd work with Congress. I think we'd have to work with the teachers union, because the teachers union is the only one that's opposed to it. Nobody else would want to hold it back. Look, we have to tell the teachers union, we're rated last in the world in education of the top 40. We're rated last. We were 38. Now we're 40. We went to 39. We went to 40. We're 37. But we're at 40 now. The thing just came out. That's under Biden. Remember that.
Secretary Rubio announced a deal this week that would allow potentially American citizens who are criminals to be put in a different country. Is that something you're looking to do?
No, I didn't know that he announced that yet, but if he did, it's fine, yeah. We have hardened criminals, horrible people. You see them pushing people into subways. The train is coming last week. Guy walking around, just sees somebody waiting for the train. Train's coming 40 miles an hour, and he gets pushed into the subway. And that happens all the time. These are sick people. If we could get them out of our country, we have other countries that would take them. It's no different than a prison system, except it would be a lot less expensive, and it would be a great deterrent. Send them to other countries. If we could go a step further, in other words, we're talking about getting the criminals out of our country that come in through other countries illegally, right? The illegal migrants, as I call them. Well, we have people that are just as bad as them in our country. If we could get them out, I'd be very happy.
You would pay El Salvador to house
Salvador said that he wanted you to pay a fee for that. Would you pay that?
Well, it's a very small fee compared to what we pay to private prisons.
But under what authority?
And a very, very small fee. I don't know. We'll have to find that out legally. I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't know if we do or not. We're looking at that right now. But we could make deals where we'd get these animals out of our country. And if you take the shooters, the people that hit old ladies in the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking and walk down the street, the people that you see it, the people that take out a gun and shoot you for no reason at all. If we could get these animals out of our country and put them in a different country under the supervision of somebody that made a relatively small fee to maintain these people, because you know what? These are criminals. You call them hardened criminals. They've been in jail 40 times. There's one 42 times, and every time the person gets out, it's a he. Every time he gets out, he commits another crime within 24 hours, and it's a heinous crime. It's a rough crime. We don't want these people in our country either. We don't want them in our country.
Do you have an update on
we had the option, if we had the option to get them out and let them be based in some other country at a fraction of the cost, and frankly, they could keep them because these people are never going to be any good. That person that has been arrested 42 times or 22 times or 17 times and is all in for manslaughter and everything else and only gets out because of a very weak judicial system that only goes after people like Trump. They don't go after the criminals. They don't go after people like this. And they laugh at our law. If that took place, you would have a lot less crime automatically.
So, sir, you're exploring whether to allow this?
On Guantanamo Bay, is there enough space there to accommodate?
There's a lot of space to accommodate a lot of people, yeah, so we're going to use it.
Can you talk a little bit
We
more
have
about
it. It's
why?
already up. We have it for nothing. But we can do less expensive and even more secure. We've had other countries come to us saying, we would love to do that. We would love to take your criminals and we'll maintain that. We'll be their jail. And I'm only talking for the most severe cases. Like, I watched that guy on tape pushing the man into the subway last week. That man that did that is a real bad guy. Many, many arrests. And do you think you're going to convince him someday to be good and a wonderful, wonderful citizen for our country? It's never going to happen. I want to get those people out. I'd love to get them out along with the illegal migrants. The migrants are rough, but we have some bad ones too. I'd like to get them out. It would be all subject to the laws of our land, and we're looking at that to see if we can do it.
What other countries have offered to take American citizens?
Say it?
What other countries have offered to take these Americans?
Numerous, many. And Marco brought it up today. I'm glad he did, because a lot of people are thinking it. When I watch some of the crimes being committed in New York City and Chicago, look at Chicago, the volume of crime that they have and the viciousness of the crime. These people are horrible people. And if somebody thinks they're going to be wonderful citizens someday, they're wrong. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They're bad. These are hard, tough criminals. In many cases, they're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. But they're very dangerous. If I could get them out of the country and be in some other country where they're glad to have them because they make a small fee compared to what we'd pay to a private prison or to, put them in one of our prisons that cost even more money, I think it would be great. I'd love to get them the hell out of our country. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys. Thank you, guys. Let's go.
Trump.
Guys, let's go.
Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Thank you.
I don't want to say, but there's a certain quarterback that seems to be a pretty good winner.
And just last one, because you mentioned it many times. What do you think about Joe Biden signing on with a talent agency?
You got to be kidding. He signed on with a talent agency?
He does. He's got some entertainment agents now.
I think he's got bigger problems than that. I really do. I think he's got much bigger problems than that, but I wish him well. We inherited a mess. This place is a mess, but it's quickly being solved, the problem. We're going to make America great again. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, let's go. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
President Trump back at it again in the Oval Office with a number of executive orders being signed there. Kind of a comical question at the end about Joe Biden with CAA, of course, the agency that represents so many people out there. What are your thoughts, Robert?
I mean, it's amazing how Joe Biden and Barack Obama have profited off of the so-called service of being the president of the United States. Then you have this man who was truly successful on his own, building a real estate empire, a golf empire. How many businesses were started because of Donald Trump, and how many thousands upon thousands of people hired, many of them spending most of their careers at the Trump organization. And of course, you have the other two that Hollywood's depending upon to make fake stories up, and it's really extraordinary. On top of it, President Trump takes $1 per quarter to serve us. He donates the rest of the salary to the American people.
Shifting now to some of the crime he was talking about in New York City when people are pushing people into the subway tracks and all of that terrible crime. I mean, at the end of the day, President Trump wanting law and order to increase. We're seeing that not only domestically, but also at our borders, and especially now that Mexico and Canada have said, okay, no more of the tariffs thing. We don't like that. Let's work with the United States. So we're seeing the president do some great things. Also, his picks for various cabinet positions, including the already, of course, sworn-in Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Panama and El Salvador, and just traveling through Latin America, visiting various embassies, doing a lot of great work on behalf of the American people. I mean, already the Panama Canal shifting out of China control and back into where it belongs with Panama, and then obviously the end spot for that would be the United States, for us to have control over something that we created back in 1914. So we are waiting for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to arrive there at the White House. So here's a little bit of the schedule of the day. The agenda basically is there will be a bilateral meeting at the White House between the two leaders, and then around 5:10 Eastern, a huge press conference in the East Room of the White House. We'll have all of that live coverage for you. We also just interviewed the representative from the Republican Jewish Coalition, Sam Markstein. That interview will be played in its entirety before the 5:10 press conference, as long as there are no live availabilities of seeing the president and the prime minister, maybe in the Oval Office. We'll just see how it goes as we are covering everything live here. We are also told, thanks to our COO, Grace Aldani, she sent us that email showing that the Prime Minister is actually going to be in Washington for the entire week and meeting with the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, tomorrow.
Right, that's an exciting thing to see. And the beautiful alliance between our two nations, and we know that keeping a strong Israel will in turn keep a strong United States abroad. So something that's exciting to see. I'm interested to see how this meeting develops and what is announced. Perhaps we have some outlets saying that President Trump is proposing removal of the Palestinian group over to Jordan or even Egypt. We'll see who will agree to that, other nations. Potentially that could happen. I could see that being something because we've had the two-state solution that really has not worked in the past. And it's good to see that this administration very pro-Israel, unlike the last administration. And just some other things we're keeping eyes on too over in Congress, the upcoming vote for Pam Bondi for Attorney General. Doug Collins won today with the confirmation vote of 77-23 in the U.S. Senate. And Chris Wright yesterday with Department of Energy, 59-38. So President Trump signing those memorandums and those gentlemen taking office as well. We'll see if Mr. Collins is sworn in by the Vice President later today. Very possible to see that.
Looking forward to seeing Kash Patel at the top of the FBI, Pam Bondi at the top of DOJ. We already have Pete Hegseth at the Secretary of Defense and Marco Rubio of State. And also about the Secretary of State, you know, at the department there, you know, if there's a live, you know, press conference, or if there's a live press conference at the Pentagon or the White House, here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we'll be able to have live feeds of various things that are happening. So it's great to be able to bring that to you, and we're going to bring you this entire coverage with the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is in town, who will be there for now about a week. So a lot to be covered there as well. He said just yesterday when he was boarding the plane in Israel that he's looking to see victory over Hamas, to release all hostages, and dealing with the Iranian terror axis and all of its components and on. I mean, including broadening the circle of peace in the Middle East. As we know, in the first administration, the Abraham Accords, that was 4 peace deals, 4 peace treaties with 4 different countries there, with Israel and the United States and these other countries. So they want to broaden that as well. And I know it's a very, very difficult thing when you dive into Middle East politics and religion and all of that's going on. But at the end of the day, what we're looking for is freedom for the people of the world at the end of the day, right?
Well, and I think with the UAE, Bahrain, Jordan, even Egypt to a certain extent, all adopting some Western customs and realizing too that capitalism and free and fair trade can actually benefit their people and their leadership. And someone who's been, I think, really the leader on all this, at least from a Muslim majority country, has been the King of Jordan. He's been a very interesting man really ever since Barack Obama was in office, and was quite a critic of former President Obama when dealing with ISIS. And we saw that the King of Jordan, also a fighter pilot himself, would actually go up and lead some of these raids against ISIS as a moderate Muslim, and someone saying that he does not want to see people killing in the name of God and these terrorists on the loose and on the run. So that's a great example of servant leadership, and someone who is literally a king. He's a monarch going up and leading his troops as a fighter pilot. It was pretty impressive.
It is. And also the people of Iran, I've seen videos of them on social media saying, hey, we don't want to be part of this Islamic regime that is enforcing Sharia law and other things. They want to be free as well. So that is really what it comes down to. It's whether it's a dictatorship or whether it's something that is just a religious thing, whatever it is, at the end of the day, people want to be free like America is. And so we'll see what they talk about today. Of course, looking forward to the East Room of the White House, where the Prime Minister and the President will be having their opening comments there. And then we'll see what kind of questions the press has. One thing we won't see is Jim Acosta there with CNN. You remember back in the day,
right,
that great back and forth where President Trump was saying, no, sit down, you're fake news. And what a back and forth that was. But still, obviously the White House loves the Constitution and the First Amendment, and seeing new media, and including conservative media, represented in various aspects in Washington, D.C., including at the Pentagon. So great to see that. And isn't that interesting that the Prime Minister is going to meet with the Secretary of Defense tomorrow, most likely at the Pentagon?
Yeah, it makes sense to reform what's taken place there, and also to be on the same page dealing with terrorist threats throughout the world. And we do know that from the campaign, that's what brought together people. Remember, President Trump actually received an endorsement from a Muslim Democrat mayor outside of Dearborn, Michigan, and outside of Detroit as well, in that metro area, that brought together people from so many different faith backgrounds, whether that be of the Jewish faith, of the Muslim faith as well, to support President Trump, because, as he put it, people were safe, people were not dying under the first administration of President Trump like they have under Joe Biden. And that's why that gentleman ended up endorsing President Trump. And that's why you saw President Trump when he would visit Dearborn, Michigan, and have so much support in the Muslim community as well, because his philosophy is, I want people to stop dying. I want people to be safe and free. And it was the unnecessary death over the course of the last 4 years because of failed domestic and foreign policies that put so many people's lives on the line. And it has to change. And that's why the Abraham Accords were so powerful, so positive and strong. And I think we're going to see the second half of that. And that's why Benjamin Netanyahu visiting, it shows the importance of this relationship in order for world security.
Exactly. Seeing the White House there as we await the Prime Minister to pull up there and meet President Trump, as this is the first world leader to meet with the 47th Commander-in-Chief there at the White House. It is the leader of Israel, of course, the state of Israel, and we'll bring you that live coverage in its entirety, especially as soon as he shows up there. And if there is the open press aspect of the Oval Office, many times near that fireplace, you see both leaders sitting down, shaking hands, talking a little bit, and then the press will then move on to the East Room on the other side of the White House. That's where that press conference will take place. So a lot of news to come here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely. This is RSBN Live. Thank you so much for streaming in. And again, just a reminder, this is the same crew of people that covered the rallies and covered all of the remarks and covered all of the president's speeches during the campaign trail. And thank you guys so much for watching us on election night. More than 5 million people across all platforms, including more than 6 million over the inauguration. So thank you guys for doing that, obviously, because we're all on the same team here. We the people when it comes to reporting common sense journalism and freedom. and all about the Constitution here at this network. So thank you for doing that. And also, we will go to Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition, a coalition that really helped as well with the presidency.
Oh, they were crucial in the swing states, especially Georgia, Pennsylvania, up in Wisconsin and Michigan as well, even out east when you look at Nevada. So very important to this whole apparatus in a successful campaign for President Trump, but also a number of congressmen and senators.
Exactly. Let's shift on to a lighter note as we await the Prime Minister. The President asked there, I believe, which team he was going for the Super Bowl. According to his Truth Social, let's stop there, actually. We're seeing some things happen. Why don't we take a screen there, the larger screen of the White House, as it seems as if the Prime Minister will be pulling up at any moment there, as it's 4:14 Eastern time. Let's get ready to go there live as you see the other office building right there to the right, and then, of course, the Oval Office behind this West Wing area in Washington. Again, this is live at 4:14 Eastern. Robert, great coverage right now on right side.
Oh, yes, in the Eisenhower Executive Building, where that second balcony there is the Vice President's office, as well as you see state flags. There's Georgia right there, Tennessee in the distance, welcoming Prime Minister Netanyahu. So a lot of pomp and circumstance, but always fun to see a foreign dignitary visit the West Wing. And sometimes you'll actually see staff members stand up over that the view from the Eisenhower Executive Office Building in order to see the two leaders saying hello to one another.
Robert and I have been to the White House for various reasons in the past, whether it was a news internship or other things. You were also inside the Vice President's office. What was that like?
Yes, sir. That was really special. I was there for Vice President Pence's Bible study. He would have that at noon, high noon every Wednesday, and it was with a local pastor of his from Indiana, and also one of his staffers who had been with him since he was a congressman. And he actually said, "Sir, I don't think we should have this because no one will show up." Well, over time, as word got out in Washington, the one I attended during a conference, it was during the summer, I had some time off from the daily duties, so I went on over there, and it was really special. 50 people showed up, Republicans and Democrats coming together, many military as well. And we didn't know the Vice President would show up, and then you heard a scuffle outside, and I had been around him for different activities, and I thought, oh, that's him. And then all of a sudden the door swung open. So, that was a special moment to see God welcomed back into the White House, as this administration is clearly doing as well.
Exactly. So what year was that when that happened?
Was 2017, summer of 2017.
So early 2017, of course, as we fast forward with the Vice President Pence at the time, obviously a lot to be said about what happened in 2020, of course. Right. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, we are glad President Trump is in office now with the great Vice President J.D. Vance, who you saw here live in East Palestine, Ohio yesterday, going back to his home state. A great visit there. And I'm awaiting, actually, some of the residents there in East Palestine actually texted me because I was asking them some questions about seeing if they wanted to jump on the show and do a live interview. And they said they couldn't, they were at work. However, they were happy to see the Vice President there. I also heard that they said that the payouts from the previous administration haven't been sent out yet. So that's more of a working story there. So I want to get to the bottom of that as well and see if there's anything that we can do as a network. Just in general, this is how it works, right? It's for the people. Right. And so we are the people as well. So we love that you're watching right now. But if there's something that we can help speed up a process, all you have to do is go to feedback@rsbn.tv. If you want to just comment on the ties we're wearing, whatever you want to do, if you just want to say hello. Also, if you have a story idea out there, we are expanding here at Right Side Broadcasting Network and covering a lot of live events. And even, I'm hearing on Sunday, airing some of the press conferences from the Super Bowl. So a lot of different things happening here, but all still the live stream of truth and common sense reporting here at the network, and definitely not the mainstream. So proud of that and happy to do that.
Right, and we want to be advocates as well for you. If there's a state or local issue that you have concern with, we saw in the last administration how the FBI was going in on those parents at school board meetings who simply said they did not want pornography and lewd behavior happening in their children's schools, the minor children. And we know those stories, how they went hog wild and really went across the country. And we saw that with crazy school boards trying to implement perverted policies. If anything like that is happening, please let us know. We can hold the powerful accountable. That's what a free and fair media is all about. And we want to be there to fight for you, for the American people, to not only share these great stories or sad stories, happy stories, whatever they might be, but to advocate for you in real time.
Exactly, because we're part of it too. When we advocate for you, we're doing it for ourselves as well. I mean, I have a family, my wife and I, we just had a baby. She's 4 months old, right? So I want her to grow up in a country that is free, based in the Bible, based in the Constitution, and we want the same for you guys. So thank you so much for tuning in. And if you're on the left side of the aisle watching us right now, you're welcome right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Glad you're with us as we cover President Trump and the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu here, as we are about to see the two leaders meet. And this is the first global leader situation and the first leader to show up at the White House of this 47th administration.
Shows you how important the two countries are to one another, our friendship and really the Judeo-Christian values that have shaped these great, one being a constitutional republic, the other really a pure democracy in many ways, but Israel and the United States being beacons of hope for the world, where you can freely worship or choose not to worship as you so please. So important to note that as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been truly in an impossible situation ever since October 7th of 2023, when the terrorist attack, the Shia extremists, Hamas, had come after him, and that led to Hezbollah coming in from the north, and also the Houthi rebels, who are all funded by the Iranian regime. And the Biden administration really was on the back burner. They were not helpful to our friends overseas, and now we have the commander-in-chief in place that is not going to take any nonsense from terrorists. We saw that over the weekend with the strikes in Somalia against ISIS. And we saw once the caliphate was squashed under President Trump, and it will be again by strengthening our alliance with our friends in Israel.
Speaking of Israel, I-24 is a local or national news outlet based in Israel. They asked the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, just some questions before he, instead of aborting Air Force One, it's called Wing of Zion there in Israel. They asked him about this trip, and he said there are a number of things that I want to talk about. 1, victory over Hamas. 2, releasing all hostages. Number 3, dealing with the Iranian terror axis and all of its components. Number 4, to broaden the circle of peace in the Middle East and to strengthen security. And finally, to achieve a, quote, remarkable era of peace through strength. Words spoken by the Prime Minister of Israel, and of course a number of other things to be discussed, specifically Gaza, and so many things to be discussed there. We'll hear from both leaders here in just a bit. And again, his trip was scheduled to only last a couple days. Well, what we're hearing is he's going to be there in Washington for an entire week, meeting with the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, tomorrow, and we'll see how that meeting goes as well. Most likely, as long as there's a live feed, we'll have it for you right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert, we see that it's 4:21 right now as the meeting, however long that lasts, after that meeting will be the press conference. It's slated for 5:10 Eastern, but at this point, it was supposed to be around 4 o'clock that they were greeting each other at the White House. So that might be pushed back a bit, but we're going to stay here live and just bring you all of this coverage here at the network.
Oh yes, an exciting time for not only Right Side Broadcasting, but for Morning in America once again. This golden era, President Trump now in his third full week as Commander-in-Chief, and it has been a breakneck pace. I mean, nonstop with the executive orders, all constitutional, mind you. I like to throw that out there because I'm just seeing things on social media that people are claiming, oh, it's a roller coaster. Why can't we go back to being normal? Like the last 4 years were normal.
Right.
That was chaos. And, at every turn, there was fear and anxiety that took place. And like Robert Gates said, someone who isn't necessarily MAGA, but someone who served as Defense Secretary under George W. Bush and Barack Obama, said in his memoir, Joe Biden has been wrong on every single foreign policy issue over the last half century. And we saw that on full display with a cognitive decline, mind you. We know who's in charge now, President Donald Trump, and thank God for that. because not only is it a transparent administration, but you can clearly see he is putting into action what he believes, and so much of that is simply common sense.
Exactly right. And it was a fake joke of a presidency that we saw under Joe Biden over the past 4 years. So much so, now that I think of it as a joke, is because he is signing with CAA. What an absolute joke that he's going to do something like that and go out there and, what are you going to act? What, you do voiceovers? Like, you're a former fake president here in this country, not even really elected in. I'm just going to say it. So does President Trump, and many people believe that. But, you know, it's quite interesting about that. All right, let's go there to outside the White House and see that live in D.C.
All right, gotta move quick.
Okay, of course, that was the meet and greet we were talking about. And then from here, the cameras are going to go inside. We are either going to see both leaders inside the Oval Office meeting and talking for a little bit. And then, of course, they'll have a private discussion for quite some time. At about 5:10 was when the press conference is scheduled. So that'll be in its entirety from the East Room, gorgeous East Room of the White House. We'll have that in its entirety. Also, on top of that, Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition, that interview will play prior to the press conference. So we'll have that here shortly. Again, this is RSBN Live. We're flowing with what you're seeing right there, watching it with you guys. Thank you so much for streaming in as we look forward to seeing more access inside the White House here shortly.
And that's 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. As Aaron Sorkin put it in The American President, if you enjoy that film, and of course The West Wing, which was after that, the greatest home field advantage, the greatest home turf in all of politics, the West Wing. So President Trump knowing how to share that with foreign dignitaries, and it really is something to witness. If you have a chance to go see it, even on a tour, you're just left in awe of nearly 250 years of American history, and the West Wing itself, of course, more modern. The last 100 years or so, being that it wasn't originally there with the executive mansion, but a great space for the president to work along with his team.
Exactly. 250-year celebration of our country is next year, 2026, Iowa, for those of you guys watching. And whether it's Des Moines or anywhere else in the state, I traveled throughout that whole state for the primary coverage. It was just quite awesome to be there. But the Iowa State Fairgrounds is where the 2026 250th anniversary celebration will be for our country. And you know, President Trump, if even just the Trump National Sterling, Virginia fireworks are anything to show, I mean, those were amazing. When Christopher Macchio was singing, this was, I believe, on the night after he was inaugurated, this was the night before Inauguration Day. This was Sunday night.
This was. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so it was just an awesome moment. So I think that we're going to have a great celebration, of course, in Iowa next year, July 4th. But let's stick to this year. We still have a lot to go to get to July 4th. So again, it's just February 4th. Speaking of the 4th, let's go to March 4th, the joint session of Congress. President Trump will be speaking to that group, of course, our 119th Congress on March 4th. So a lot of developments happening, and of course we'll cover breaking news as it happens that have any national significance as well here at Right Side.
And there's also political futures as we cover politics here. And I was just looking over that map. We spoke with Sam Markstein from the Republican Jewish Coalition, which will air that interview at some point in the broadcast. But I was looking at the map, Matthew, in Tennessee. Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida, all governors term limited Republicans. So what's the future for Governor DeSantis? Perhaps, Brian Kemp out of Georgia, Henry McMaster in South Carolina, Kay Ivey here in Alabama, of course, Bill Lee in Tennessee, all of those governors hitting those term limits. So we'll see if they move on, perhaps for, Senate bids or, different offices. Perhaps they might serve in this cabinet at some point. So interesting to watch that as well.
Yeah, a lot going on to watch at the federal, state, local, county levels throughout the country as we see our country be made great again, especially over this next 4 years and hopefully beyond as we continue to cover the news here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, speaking of doing that, thankful for the Brightcore company, mybrightcore.com. So if you purchase the Kimchi One product on the right side of your screen, you get 2 of them, you get 1 free. So kimchi, obviously, it's a probiotic, really good for gut health and anti-aging properties and immune support as well. And I know you bought some of these, some of the Kimchi One product. I have to start doing what Robert does here. He purchases and gets the products that we sell. I have tried some of them as they've been sent here. Like I check out the info kit with Colonial Metals Group and all, but I have to start getting this one too because I heard so many great things about it.
Well, it's really been a practice of mine in the last decade as we've seen the MAGA movement grow to support dollars and support products that actually are pro-America or Christian or, happen to hire veterans as our sponsors do here. And this Kimchi One, amazing for your gut health, which will affect your entire day, including your thoughts and your productivity. So buy 2, get 1 free. Visit mybrightcore.com/RSBN or call 888-722-0936. Receive that 50% off. Great deals here at Right Side Broadcasting.
Exactly. Always using RSBN promo codes, always good. And then again, right there, mybrightcore.com/RSBN. To all of you watching right now, thank you guys so much for streaming in, getting ready to go to the White House there to cover this in full, seeing the president there with the Prime Minister of Israel. Of course, if there is a live feed in the Oval Office, we'll have it. We'll also have the East Room of the White House where it'll be great to see both leaders walking down on that red carpet with our service members on each of their flanks with the American flags, our United States flag, along with the Israeli flag, and we're going to see them meet there in the East Room. Now, earlier, Robert and I interviewed Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition. Here's that interview. And joining us now is Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition. Thank you so much for joining us on Right Side.
Great to be back.
Definitely. So today, of course, a great trip by the Prime Minister of Israel with the President. What do you think is the top thing that they'll be talking about?
Well, I think today represents a dramatic policy shift over the last 4 years of weakness and appeasement and undermining of the U.S.-Israel relationship for Prime Minister Netanyahu to be the first foreign leader to visit President Trump at the White House in the second term. It's a very, very big deal. If you remember, President Biden, it took him approximately 1,283 days to invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to the White House. President Trump did that in 15 days. This is certainly a dramatic policy shift, and I think there's going to be a couple of things that are top of mind. One is obviously going to be the ongoing war in Gaza against Hamas and the state of the ceasefire and hostage deal. I think there's also going to be talk about Iran, as the president is just signing executive orders in the Oval Office just now. And I think there's also going to be a discussion about what the Abraham Accords could bring in expanding the circle of peace to include countries like Saudi Arabia. So a lot to talk about today, and a very historic day, not just for Israel, but also for the president's first foreign leader visiting.
And Sam, it's hard to imagine such a successful 2024 election without the involvement of the Republican Jewish Coalition, the teams and the coalitions they put on the ground to door knock, to make those phone calls, to really bring that success to Washington, and really a reformed relationship ultimately with Israel. As we look to 2026 and the midterms, Republicans have a lot of territory to hold on to, including a very narrow lead in the House, but also several Senate seats, much more than the Democrats, and also governorships throughout the country. So how is RJC planning to expand, and are they prepping for what's already going to be a very quick election season just a few months away?
Yeah, so we were very gratified to have played a significant role as part of the winning coalition in 2024. We spent an unprecedented $15 million to turn out the Jewish vote for President Trump, but it was in those key battleground states where we really made that decisive difference. Places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia. These are places with sizable Jewish populations that can and did make a significant difference in determining who won those states and ultimately the presidency. So we're very, very happy with those results, of course. But as far as 2026, yes, we are already preparing for that. We already have a couple of top target races circled on our end, including the Georgia Senate race. John Ossoff is up in 2026, and now Michigan is also a very interesting one as well, with the retirement of Gary Peters, Democrat, longtime senator up there. He must have read the writing on the wall and knew that it was going to be a tough race for him as well. So we have a lot of opportunities to not just hold on to the Senate and hold on to the House, but actually expand our majorities in both chambers, and that's what we're looking to do in 2026.
The Prime Minister, before boarding the Wing of Zion yesterday in Israel, said to some reporters, quote, he wants to achieve a remarkable era of peace through strength. Quite awesome to hear that echo there in Israel as President Trump and the Prime Minister are on the same team. Your thoughts about that from that 30,000-foot view?
Yeah, I mean, even before the election of Donald Trump, Israelis favored President Trump to be the winner here by a 50, 60-point margin in every poll of Israelis. And so who would know better who is going to be the best president to protect and defend the state of Israel and the Jewish American community than the folks on the front lines actually, doing battle with these terrorist groups every single day. And so I think that the Prime Minister is 100% right. This administration understands that it's peace through strength, whether it's, inviting him today, but it's also signing these executive orders. I mean, the Iranian regime, which is the biggest center of malign activities in the region, who's funded the Hamas terrorists, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and others who not just attack Israelis, but also American interests as well, they approximate that they have received about $140 billion in illicit oil sales under the Biden administration. That all ends today with these sanctions, where the Trump administration has directed every single agency, but specifically the Treasury Department, to revamp up the sanctions to make sure that the Iranians are isolated and broke and are not able to fund these malign terrorist operations and activities around the region. So the policy shift here is so dramatic. I really want to just emphasize that point, that we are going from a administration, the Biden administration, that incorrectly believed that by distancing ourselves from Israel, that would somehow lead to Iranian de-escalation in the region. And as we saw on October 7th and the months since, they were disastrously wrong. And so now you have a president who's back and reimposing the policies that were so successful in his first term.
Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition. Sir, thank you again for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Great to be here. Historic day. Hope you guys get a lot to cover.
Thank you, sir. Always great to see Sam Markstein here with us at the network as we cover foreign policy and as we cover today's press conference that's about to happen after the meeting between the Prime Minister and President Trump. So great to see that happening here on Right Side.
Yes, an outstanding organization, the Republican Jewish Coalition, who really, they're on the forefront of defending individual rights. And we might have Sam on later in the week to just talk about, what's gone on at America's college campuses in the last couple of years.
Yeah, obviously it's been really tough to see. It makes me think of the University of North Carolina and the students there. They were dealing with some protesters, and patriotic students were like, no, we're not going to let our flag hit the ground.
Right.
And it was raining, but those students stood there with their arms up in the rain and held the flag up and didn't let Old Glory touch the ground. That's what I'm talking about, right? And that's what those of you around the country that love this nation are happy to see that happening. Students standing up for our Old Glory.
Well, truly a beautiful moment, and that's what we need more of. So if you're interested in running for office and standing for your community, and you happen to be that Gen Zer in school, reach out to Run Gen Z, a great organization who helps organize all of that. But don't be afraid to get involved and make your voices known peacefully and patriotically.
That's so true. One of the things about community is quite awesome, especially in conservative circles. You have more of a, first of all, it's a better time. You have a it's a good time. I mean, people are laughing and there's comedy and there's that kind of thing, but also we are very serious. It's called the happy warrior, as some people put it.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's better to have that joy, even though it's sometimes very tough in the situations we've dealt with over the past 4 years. But if there's anybody to look to when it comes to this, other than our great God in heaven, having the joy of the Lord as your strength, President Trump, he is so comedic in times of such hard times.
Right.
It's so wild to see that by the commander-in-chief.
Oh, it really is. And someone who has brought a lot of truth to comedy, and we saw him with the saber, and Vice President Vance as well, along with their beautiful wives, the first and second ladies of the United States. And in that moment before they cut the cake, dancing with the saber, doing the Trump dance. So someone who really is very lighthearted considering the amount of seriousness. And we saw that with the executive orders and memorandums today, saying how much President Biden left a complete mess for them. But they're jumping into it, now entering their third full week at the White House.
Yeah, so can you believe it's only been 15 days since January 20th? 15 days. And President Trump has done more in 15 days than not only Joe Biden in 4 years, how about plenty of other presidents in 15 days?
Right.
I mean, facts, this wasn't, he didn't just sit there and kick his feet up on the Resolute desk and put his arms behind his head and said, oh, we're good, we won, I made America great again. No, that's exactly when it started, when he got in there. And the Oval Office was not the first place that he signed executive orders on January 20th. He was signing it in front of we the people at Capital One Arena to show, hey, this is a thing that we just won. Let's get the job done for the good of our country.
And I love the way he speaks about it. One reporter in the press pool on January 20th asked him before the balls, sir, what's it like to be back? And he said, it really is a wonderful feeling. And he had that moment when he first became president back in 2017, and he said, I have to go see the Lincoln bedroom. He's as much of a fan, and if there's anyone, as they put it with the book critics back when he wrote The Art of the Deal, if there's anyone who can give you that hope in America again, that it truly is the land of opportunity, it's none other than Donald John Trump.
Exactly. That's what we're seeing. So let's go to a live picture of the Superdome in New Orleans. So President Trump, if you didn't know, is actually going to attend the Super Bowl 5 days from now inside the stadium to see the Eagles-Chiefs game. Of course, there are some Chiefs fans out there. Of course, there are Eagle fans out there. Taylor Swift will be at the stadium for those of you that care. But at the end of the day, hopefully just a fun game to watch, right? And this is the first sitting president to ever attend a Super Bowl. Didn't know that. It'll be for Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans.
Another historical moment by number 45 and 47. And of course, we had the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, on the ground with federal agents and also state and local authorities to survey what is needed on the ground, because this is something that, of course, there will be a lot of security. And given what happened earlier this year in New Orleans on New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. Sadly, as you know, many people lost their lives simply celebrating the new year, and they had to postpone the Sugar Bowl, which was also held at the Caesars Superdome. So, lots that's in the back of our minds as well. This last few days and weeks, people have lost their lives for one reason or another. Granted, whether that was terrorism or simply just a failure at doing their jobs, and we need to know further as the NTSB investigates that crash from last week. Our thoughts and prayers here at RSBN are with those who have had a rough start to the year, and it's not forgotten by this administration.
Exactly. So the Department of Homeland Security, state, local, county, so many law enforcement around that arena or that stadium right there in New Orleans, having covered the first cold Super Bowl in decades, and several decades. If you remember, in New Jersey at the stadium, MetLife Stadium up there, right. There was the cold Super Bowl. It was back in, 2017 maybe?
I want to say so.
So around 2017. And I remember covering stories for a local affiliate there. And there were so many security apparatus there, right? So we're going to see more of that, of course. That's just part of the way it is to do that. But hopefully it'll be a great game. It will be great to see the president there at the stadium. And then we were talking before, usually the president, whoever the president is, would call the winning team, the coach, and say congratulations.
Right.
That's more back in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. They've done that a little bit in the 2000s as well. But we'll see what happens this time around with President Trump there. I'm sure many players on the Chiefs and on the Eagles are for someone like Donald Trump. I mean, we've seen people like Antonio Brown, the former Steelers receiver, and others out there. What's the kicker's name for the Chiefs? The punter,
Harrison Butker.
Exactly. So it would be great to get him on the broadcast as well.
Oh, yeah, an awesome guy, a great family man, and got in trouble because he honored his wife and her role in the family and how much she loves being a mom. It's kind of bizarre why anyone would criticize that, but it happens this day and age. But it's neat to see a team like the Chiefs, who some of them have differing opinions, but they operate as a unit together in order to get the mission done. And it's nice to see also, since the BLM riots and everything that took place during COVID, that the NFL almost went woke and they almost went broke as a result. And I think they realized, oh my goodness gracious, the biggest supporters of our league happen to be veterans, a lot of blue-collar folks. I've seen that especially in Chicagoland. I'm a huge Bears fan, naturally, and I can tell you the season ticket holders, they're from the south side of the city. These are people who are first responders, police officers, and they spend their hard-earned money passing down their generational tickets, trying to keep it in the family so they can go to Bears games. It's a huge part of the city and something that's a staple of the community for sure.
And to your point, all of the fans of sports across this country, or even where you shop or what you buy and all of that, if a place goes woke, of course they go broke. The woke and weak policies of the left obviously are not what the consumer wants in this country. And that leads me to my next point, that the people are leaving the woke and left mainstream media for live stream conservative media, as you see here at Right Side. And obviously there are other conservative outlets, but at the end of the day, we're seeing that common sense that the people want. You guys want that, we want that. I'd rather watch RSBN or stay with conservative media than really be brainwashed by some other left-wing talking point that has no truth behind it at all. So yeah, it's great to have this live coverage here as you see the New Orleans Caesar Superdome, and then the White House in the bottom right of your screen where the Prime Minister of Israel and President Trump are meeting. We'll go to the East Room there for the press conference in a bit. We may get some live footage as well from the Oval Office. We'll see what the live feeds are showing. But at the end of the day, this just happening about 10 minutes ago. The Prime Minister shaking the hand of President Trump there at the West Wing. So a lot of coverage coming up, including the Secretary of Defense meeting with the Prime Minister tomorrow in Washington.
And that will be essential for security in the region and the future. As we know, since October 7th of 2023, Israel hitting back hard, but the terrible terrorist attack on concert goers and innocent human life. And of course, our hostages coming back to America and to Israel, as well as the transition of the two administrations took place just 2 weeks ago. But so much more to focus on as Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels all attacking using this radical Shia philosophy, all funded by Iran, mind you, to try and take down the state of Israel. But God had other plans, and God's people, who he first showed himself to, he will not let down the people of Israel, and neither will this United States under the leadership of Donald Trump.
And also, on top of that, staying within foreign policy, we looked at the international tariffs between, Mexico and Canada, and now there's a 30-day pause for both countries because both countries' leaders decided, okay, you know what, we should help with this border problem with fentanyl and all the illegal migrants. So that's in a pause situation right now with the tariffs. On top of that, we're seeing the promises made, promises kept, sent by the Trump team. And when we look at these promises and promises kept, we don't just read them off to you and if they didn't really happen. Like we see that a promise was made to the fact of the southern border, that it's a national emergency, that troops are there, that the drug cartel is named a terrorist organization. These are facts, so we're just reporting those. And the foreign policy version of that, in Colombia, the president ensured that Colombia will accept the military flights of illegal immigrants. In Venezuela, President Trump's envoy, Rick Grinnell, traveled to the country and not only secured the release of 6 American hostages, but Venezuela agreed to accept the return of illegal immigrant Tren de Aragua gang members. So on and on and on. There's this whole list here of things happening, and it's true. These were promises made by the president, and they are all coming to pass.
Right, and he wrote those presidential memorandums and executive orders saying that Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the cartels all are foreign terrorist organizations. So you can use the military on them, and rightfully so, because they've caused chaos through our communities. They have literally killed people. They have raped, they have maimed, and it's time for them to go. And quite frankly, to face the full justice that is out there and law and order, something that was lacking over the course of the last 4 years.
Exactly. As you take that live look there, that's the West Wing, correct?
As the door of the West Wing.
Right. That's where we just saw President Trump and the Prime Minister of Israel walk in there, of course, over to the Oval Office. And at this point, it looks like it's closed press, meaning nobody's allowed in. It's a meeting between the two leaders. And then if there is that access, we'll bring that to you live in its entirety. But the thing that I'm really looking forward to, just to sit here and watch with you guys, is the East Room of the White House, when both leaders walk to the podiums and they share what they talked about, what they want to do for Israel, what they want to do for peace, what they want to do for the United States. And then to hear the Q&A back and forth. Having been there before in the East Room back in the day when George W. Bush and Tony Blair of the UK had a press conference in the East Room. I was in that room as an intern for one of the news networks, and it's quite the situation to be a part of there.
Right.
But this time around, the seriousness of our country and what we're going through, and especially in the Middle East as well, a very powerful moment in time, historic. President Trump moving at historic speed right now with all the executive orders.
Right, and I just watched the Marine there, such precision with opening and guarding the door, and something that this group of Marines practices, daily and hourly to make it clean and a wonderful way to welcome foreign dignitaries and those who are meeting with the president and his staff.
Exactly, and of course the Marines on the South Lawn as well, as the president would board Marine One and take off after he talks to some of the reporters out there. And we just saw that over the past few days as the president went down to Florida on Friday, calling it a working weekend. Also saying that that is the winter White House there at Mar-a-Lago, and he called it that, and that's exactly what it is. So it's great that the president is able to do what he needs to do regardless if he's in Florida or in D.C. or even on Air Force One.
And that's why I hope he gets to do, we know he played some golf at Doral before meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and that was just prior to the Secretary's trip to Panama and El Salvador and throughout Central and South America, and the successes we're already seeing with his tenure at the Department of State, and now the acting head of USAID, which is wonderful to see considering, gosh, this department really spent and wasted a lot of money on some nonsense.
Sure did, and now President Trump appointing Secretary of State Marco Rubio over USAID, and so we're seeing, all of the corruption, whether it's, in elections or whether it's in how people are spending their money or the funding, and how about America Last when we're sending billions and billions to other countries, that kind of thing, and even to the illegal immigrants here under the prior administration. We're seeing that corruption level go down and the common sense go up. So any day of the week, we'll take common sense over corruption. So we're seeing that swamp get drained day in and day out, but it takes a minute because there are still people in office in Washington that need to be primaried or just have voted out. Obviously the same difference, but that's the voice we have, is our vote. So
Really
looking forward to seeing more of the positive things happening in our nation. Let's go to Colonial Metals Group, one of our great sponsors here at the network. Thanks so much for live streaming in with us, guys, as we look at Colonial Metals Group. So if you go to freegoldguide.com, you'll get this right here in the mail. Of course, a lot of great information on tax-sheltered IRAs and 401ks, all backed in gold, always high value, of course, gold and silver.
You know, it makes sense with properties and different assets that you might have, or even a 401k or IRA, but converting that to precious gold, metal, and silver, something so smart to do in this time, in these the height of inflation. And my goodness gracious, sometimes we have so much that's before us when it comes to credit card debt or just missed payments with this, that, and the other, or simply, groceries and the pump being expensive in this time, regardless of who's in the White House. Always smart to have these commodities that have stood the test of time in your pocket. So go to that QR code right now, scan that, shield your savings now with Colonial Metals Group, one of the best sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting.
Exactly, and then Paul Stone, will be interviewing him later in the week. That's the founder of Colonial Metals Group. Always sound advice from Paul as well. So we'll have that interview coming up. So it's 4:52. We're approaching the top of the hour here on Tuesday, February 4th. You're looking live right now at the White House. That's where two world leaders are. The leader of the free world, President Trump, along with the leader of Israel, of course, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. So as soon as we get more footage from inside, we'll go there live in just a minute. And then just shifting back to one other gear, we were talking about the Super Bowl earlier, as it is about 5 days away. At the end of the day, going for the Eagles on this side over here. Robert says the Chiefs will win. I wonder what you guys say out there, if you even care. A lot of people like college football out there more than NFL, but hey, it's still the Super Bowl, kind of fun to watch.
Right, so send us your thoughts over at feedback@rsbn.tv. We'd love to hear from you about those scores, and I don't know, maybe there'll be a prize in store. Who knows?
Well, okay. Well, we're going to talk to management for that one
I
first.
will send you a Cracker Jack box. How's that to start?
All right, there you go. There you go.
With baseball season right around the corner.
Yeah, good cover there by Robert there. Good cover. Also, kidding aside, if you guys have any story ideas out there that that we don't see. A lot of times mainstream media, they won't even get close to touching it. But here in conservative media, we want to see what you guys are up to out there, what things you're dealing with. So go ahead and send some emails to us. We'll see and filter through things and see if it's something that has national significance. But that's on top of already covering everything from inside the Beltway in Washington and breaking news outside the Beltway. The other day, Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy was talking about getting more information about the two tragic aviation disasters recently from Wednesday night, past Wednesday last week, of course, over the Potomac, and then the Philadelphia plane crash. So it'll be interesting to hear what the NTSB, the FAA, the Secretary of Transportation has to say about what exactly happened, because both crashes were very unique, in my opinion, after covering a number of stories over my years, even in mainstream media, when it comes to aviation disasters. On Friday night, that Philadelphia plane, when you see the video, was almost like the engines were roaring all the way going down. I mean, it was a fast looking, like a missile almost, how fast it was going into the ground. That doesn't usually happen.
Right.
It's more of a slow kind of thing that you see as we see some people going in and out of the White House there. Of course, the Marine going inside as they might be getting ready to move over to the East Room soon. And then the other thing, the Potomac River situation, there's so many questions of how in the world that happened when you have the helicopter up north of what they were supposed to be at the ceiling. They're supposed to be at 200 feet as the ceiling. For some reason, they were at 400 feet. And then how can you not see each other? I mean, obviously you can play, as they say, Monday morning quarterback and judge it from this perspective, sitting here in a cushy studio and all. I get it, but still, though, I mean, people lost their lives. 67 people are gone because of what? So really want to see what the specifics are on both of those tragedies in the air of Philadelphia and in Virginia the other day.
And our thoughts and prayers with those 67 members, 64 civilians, and 3 military officials losing their lives in the process, and a number from the U.S. national skating team. So diplomats in their own right with such a beautiful winter sport such as that, and people from other nations as well, including Russia. So it's been a very sad week in that regard, remembering the lives of innocent people. And we just know so many people who come in and out of the Washington, D.C. area, and so many people used to the air traffic there, given the military bases and the regular practices that take place over the Potomac. So I'm sure NTSB and the Secretary of Defense and secretaries over at Transportation as well focused on that. But we're going to throw that to the Oval Office now with President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Do you expect phase 2 of the hostage deal to go forward?
Let me talk to you later.
Mr. President, you managed to get this deal done. A lot of people say that the men who managed to do that should get a Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that you'll be able to get all the hostages back home? And what would happen if you hear from the Israeli side?
They will never give me a Nobel Peace Prize.
What would happen? What would happen if the Israeli
I deserve it, but they will never give it to me.
What would happen, sir? What would happen for normalization to go forward? What needs to happen for normalization in Saudi Arabia?
Well, we're going to see, and we're dealing with a lot of people, and we have steps to go yet, as you know. And maybe those steps go forward, and maybe they don't. We're dealing with a very complex group of people, situation and people. But we have the right man. We have the right leader of Israel. He's done a great job, and we've been friends for a long time, and we do a great job also. And I think we have a combination that's very unbeatable, actually.
Can I ask what would happen, Mr. President, what would happen if you hear...
Wait a minute. Wait. Where's that person coming from? Come on, go. You go.
What would happen if you hear from the Israeli side today that they're not willing to go through with the deal to get all the hostages back home and finish the war?
We'll see what happens. Whatever happens, we'll be prepared to handle the situation.
Are the Saudis demanding a Palestinian state?
Mr. President.
No.
Are the Saudis demanding a Palestinian state?
No, they're not. No.
Are they demanding a path towards a Palestinian state or any other recognition?
Everybody's demanding one thing. You know what it is? Peace. We want peace. We want people to stop being killed. But everybody's demanding one thing. Very simple, peace. And he wants peace also.
Mr. President, do you think it's politically possible in Israel to get this deal done until the end?
To get the deal done?
Yeah.
Sure.
Is it politically
Why wouldn't a deal get done? A deal can get done. We'll see what happens. We're dealing with very complicated people. But a deal can absolutely get done.
Mr. President, an Israeli strike on Iran.
We'll see what happens.
President Trump, I have one from Prime Minister Netanyahu. We have heard Joe Biden and Donald Trump take credit for the hostage and ceasefire deal. Who do you think deserves more credit?
I think President Trump added great force and powerful leadership to this effort. I appreciate it. He sent a very good emissary. He's helped it along. And, I'll just tell you, I'm happy that they're here. And I'm sure the President is happy that they're here. And I would think that's about enough.
Prime Minister, what about Elizabeth Surkov, the Israeli hostage held in Iraq?
What about the Israeli press taking a press conference in Israel and not in Washington?
We would love to take a press conference to interview Prime Minister Netanyahu.
A few more questions. Prime Minister Netanyahu, do you support going forward with this deal and getting all the hostages out?
I support getting all the hostages out and meeting all our war goals that include destroying Hamas's military and governing capabilities and making sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again.
Are you willing?
All three.
Are you willing to
those
agree? Are you willing to
go
agree?
together?
Are you willing
Can you
to
promise to the
Trump's
families
vision
that you
to
do
bring
everything
all
else to get the hostages out?
I think that I should talk to President Trump.
So
Okay.
I'll ask: do you agree with Trump's vision of getting all the hostages back home, even if it means to end the war?
Well, I'm not sure that you articulated correctly what the president's vision is. You can ask, he can speak for himself. He does that very, very well. I have my own views, 3 goals, not 1, not 2, 3 goals, and I will meet all 3 goals. I think the president can help enormously. He brings fresh thinking. Fresh thinking.
Terrorists who murdered hundreds of people who listed their home as the part of the deal.
It's a horrible thing. We can't forget it. I'll never forget it, and you can't forget it. And some people want to put it out of their memory, but we're not going to ever let that happen. It was a horrible day, October 7th. That was a horrible period of time. And a lot of people like to pretend it didn't happen. It happened. There's a big group of people that like to pretend it didn't happen, like the Holocaust didn't happen. Same mindset. No, we're going to get this thing wrapped up, and we're going to get it done. We're also dealing I think, very successfully with Russia, Ukraine. We're going to hopefully get that one done at some point in the not too distant future. That's a complex problem also, but we solve problems. When I left, we had no problem. There was no Ukraine and Russia fighting. There was no October 7th. There was nothing, and some very poor leadership led to a lot of problems and a lot of death. And it's a shame, but we'll put it out. We'll put out the fires. We have a lot of fires, but we'll put them out.
Mr. President, why do you still support the Palestinian state, like the peace plan you presented in January 2020? Is this plan still on the table?
Well, a lot of plans change with time, and a lot of death has occurred since I left and now came back. This death occurred not while I was here, but while somebody else was here. It shouldn't have happened. They shouldn't have allowed it to happen. It would have never happened, and that includes Russia, Ukraine would have never happened. Not even a little bit, not even a chance. But now we are faced with a situation that's different, in some ways better and in some ways worse. But we're faced with a very complex and difficult situation, but we'll solve the problem.
From Gaza, out of Gaza, if not Jordan, Egypt, what other countries you think might accept Palestinians from Gaza?
Well, I think Jordan and Egypt will. I know they've spoken about it with you, and they say they're not going to accept. I say they will. But I think other countries will accept also. I think that Gaza maybe is a demolition site right now. If you look at Gaza, there's hardly a building standing, and the ones that are going to collapse. You can't live in Gaza right now, and I think we need another location. I think it should be a location that's going to make people happy. You look over the decades, it's all death in Gaza. This has been happening for years. It's all death. If we can get a beautiful area to resettle people permanently in nice homes and where they can be happy and not be shot, not be killed, not be knifed to death like what's happening in Gaza. And right now you have in Gaza a very dangerous situation in terms of explosives all over the place, in terms of tunnels that nobody knows who's in the tunnel. The whole thing is a mess. And I think that if we can resettle, and I believe we can do it in areas where the leaders currently say no. I've been saying that with Mexico, having to do with the border and all of the things, and you saw what happened, 10,000 soldiers, and they're going to do a good job. I really believe that, and I believe Canada is going to do a good job also. They said the same thing, and then they did something much different than what you were hearing. This is a very, very difficult situation, but we're going to get it solved. I don't think people should be going back to Gaza. I think that Gaza has been very unlucky for them. They've lived like hell. They lived like you're living in hell. Gaza is not a place for people to be living. And the only reason they want to go back, and I believe this strongly, is because they have no alternative. What's the alternative? Go where? There's no other alternative. If they had an alternative, they'd much rather not go back to Gaza and live in a beautiful alternative that's safe.
Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left while the rebuilding was happening?
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places on earth. And right now, I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. And nobody can live there. You can't live there. So if we can build them through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations, and they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, it could be Egypt, it could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area, but you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live and not die, because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen again. It's happened over and over again, and it's going to happen again as sure as you're standing there, Peter. So I hope that we could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back? They've experienced nothing but death and destruction.
If Egypt and Jordan tell you no, what will you do then?
Well, I don't think they're going to tell me no. I don't think they're going to tell. I think they're going to tell Biden no, and I think they're going to tell other people no.
So you think it will happen at the end?
I think there's a good chance. Yeah,
How
I'd like to
many
see it
people are you thinking about?
All of them. I mean, we're talking
All of
about
them.
probably 1,000,007 people, 1,000,007, maybe 1,000,008. But I think all of them. I think they'll be resettled in areas where they can live a beautiful life and not be worried about dying every day.
Wait.
No.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
do you support building settlements, Jewish settlements back in Gaza in the next years?
Say it.
Building settlements, Jewish settlements back in Gaza in the next year. Do you support this?
I don't see it happening. It's too dangerous for people. Nobody can go there. It's too dangerous. Nobody wants to be there. Warriors don't want to be there. Soldiers don't want to be there. How can you have people go back? You're saying go back into Gaza now? The same thing's going to happen. It'll only be death. The best way to do it is you go out and you get beautiful, open areas with the sunlight coming through, and you build something nice. And they are not going to want to. They are not going to want to go back to Gaza.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, what is your message to the families of the hostages that look at this deal, that are worried that this deal won't go through? What do you say to them in this moment?
Same message I said from the beginning of the war. We'll get them out, get them back. We got over 70%, close to 75% of the people who everybody believed will not get out. We got them in successive deals, and most recently with the help of President Trump. We're not going to give up on any of them, and we're not going to give up on our other war aims. Hamas is not going to be in Gaza, and we're going to get everyone back.
And you would not have.
Prime Minister, how optimistic are you about reaching phase 2 of the ceasefire? How optimistic are you about that happening?
Well, we're going to try. That's one of the reasons, one of the things we're going to talk about here. And if we, you know, when Israel and the United States work together, and President Trump and I work together, you know, the chances go up a lot. It's when we don't work together, Israel and the United States don't work together, that creates problems. When the other side sees daylight between us, and occasionally in the last few years, to put it mildly, they saw daylight, then it's more difficult. When we cooperate,
Isn't it the right
chances
time
are
to
good.
hit once and for all?
Say it.
Now that Iran is so weak, isn't it the right time to hit their nuclear facilities once and for all?
So you say Iran is so weak. I appreciate you saying that. They're not weak. They're very strong right now, and we're not going to allow them to have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You know, I signed a very strong proclamation. Iran was in big trouble when I left. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have any money for Hezbollah. You had no problem. October 7th could have never happened. When I left, October 7th could have never happened. And frankly, Russia and Ukraine, as I said, could never have happened. They became very strong very fast. They sold massive amounts of oil to China and everybody else who would not buy the oil when I was president, because we said, don't buy the oil. And they became very rich very quickly. But they're not weak. They're not weak. They're strong. Doesn't mean they won't be weak. But you know what? We just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear
So the
weapon.
Prime Minister, sorry, sir,
Mr.
President, the Prime Minister wants you to strike Iran. That's what he wants.
You don't know what he wants. What do you know about anything? Go ahead.
But is that option on the table?
Yes, please.
President Trump, is that option on the table?
You're not just talking about Jordan and Egypt.
No, could be other places too.
So in the Gulf,
There are many people that have reached out, many countries, many leaders of countries that have reached out that would like to participate in that. Doesn't have to be Jordan and Egypt, but I think it would be also them.
Mr. President, your relationship with Mr. Netanyahu knew ups and downs. How would you describe it?
No, I think it's mostly ups.
Mr. President, what about the Palestinian Authority? Should you rule Gaza? Because Gaza will be empty?
What?
The Palestinian Authority, can it rule Gaza? What do you think?
Well, it's had a pretty hard time, wouldn't you say? I'd say it's had a pretty bad time of it.
Mr. President, Qatar has you've criticized in the past as a funder of terrorism, so as the Prime Minister, do you think they're part of the solution or part of a problem moving forward?
I think they're trying to help. Qatar
Yep.
is absolutely trying to help. I know them very well, and they're doing everything they can. Very tough situation, but they are absolutely trying to help. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Press, let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Right this way. Thank you, press.
All right, so a beautiful shot there in the Oval Office. You know, you saw the Vice President, J.D. Vance, just to the President's left there. And some interesting questions back and forth with that Q&A. One of them, President Trump, in a comment saying Gaza is, quote, a demolition site right now, saying neighboring countries, neighboring Arab countries should take in the Palestinians. And then in a question to the Prime Minister, he was asked who should get credit for negotiating recent peace deals with Hamas. And the Prime Minister, Netanyahu, said that he credits President Trump in those efforts. So quite telling some information there in the Oval Office.
Right, and we also had National Security Advisor Michael Waltz behind him with Susie Wiles, the Chief of Staff. So this is something that the entire apparatus of the National Security Team is surrounding. And of course, the Prime Minister will be meeting with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth tomorrow and staying through Washington until Saturday as well. So I'm sure it will be a very hospitable and energetic meeting, as we're seeing a live shot right outside of the West Wing there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Exactly, as it's 4:13 right now Eastern time, getting ready, actually 5:13 Eastern time, as we get ready to see President Trump and the Prime Minister head over to the East Room after they're done with their private meeting, talking about all sorts of foreign policy, of course. So the East Room will be the major kind of speeches by both leaders, and then there will be a more formal setting for a Q&A with some of the reporters there. Of course, this is something being seen across the United States and various parts of Europe right now, including when you look at various networks in England, also, of course, in Israel. So a lot of people watching and hearing what President Trump is saying, what the Prime Minister is saying, as this is live as well, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Anywhere there is an internet connection, pretty much out there. So thanks so much for live streaming in with us as we get ready to go back to the White House. So to your point about the Secretary of Defense tomorrow, interesting that the leader of another country, in this case the Prime Minister of Israel, is meeting with Secretary Hegseth tomorrow just to talk some more about hopefully a peaceful situation moving forward.
Right, we just saw him down at the border assessing the situation there as well. And this is something that, to your point, Matthew, the entire Western world is watching, if not the entire world, how to address the atrocities that took place on October 7th of 2023 when innocent civilians were attacked and many taken hostage, whether that be Israeli citizens or even American citizens, and many of those hostages now returning, and how to move forward with this entire situation. President Trump stating that he doesn't think people will want to return to Gaza because it has become such a terrible place to live, and that he believes Jordan and Egypt, among other Arab nations, might take in the Palestinians.
You know, it seems like so many biblical things happening in general. Not saying today's meeting was biblical or anything, but still, like, you know, the Palestinians, okay, where are they going to go now? Gaza is destroyed, according to the president. We've seen the pictures there. It is a demolition site. It looks awful there. So where can people actually live? Will the Arab countries like Egypt or Jordan or others take in the Palestinians? What will happen? Will there be a peace deal? There's a lot going on right now, and we're right here covering it for you on RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely, and as soon as we see a live feed from inside the White House, we'll return to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And before we go to one of our next sponsors, I was speaking or via text here with someone that is connected with Jair Bolsonaro, the former president of Brazil. The reason why I bring that up, just recently on Truth Social, Jair Bolsonaro is now on Truth Social, which is a great move for that great leader, even though right now, of course, he's not the president of Brazil, but the people wanted him as president. He is like MAGA all over again in a great way, instead making Brazil great again. So seeing if I can get Ricardo Martins, you may remember, he's been on the broadcast before. And it'd be great to hear his take on even this meeting today, but also the fact that, you know, it's great to see a move like that, even to a social platform like Truth Social. Some of the great sponsors we have here at the network include RepublicanRed.com, Republican Red Winery, wine for the right side. The Pinot Noir and the sparkling wine, they look great, and a great thing to buy, especially for maybe Valentine's Day or the Super Bowl coming up, if you get expedited shipping.
Yes, you have the time to do that now, or if you even like, You know, a wine Wednesday to enjoy your evening. RepublicanRed.com comes from Lodi, California in the Central Coast, family owned and operated, so some of the best wine in the entire world, and all of the proceeds, or at least a portion of them, not only go to this great company, but to conservative and other Republican causes as well. So good money spent on a delicious different group of wines there, but also for those things you deeply believe in. So RepublicanRed.com, please visit them with code RSBN.
Yeah, definitely get a percentage off. Always good to do that. As we look, it's 5:17 Eastern time. Live at the White House there. That is a live picture, but there's a lot of leaves starting to grow on the trees there.
I was noticing that. I was going to bring that up. It's especially from 2 weeks ago because they were pretty bare, but now we start to see maybe a sign of spring and, again, morning in America. So nice to see all of that at perhaps one of the most famous homes in all of the country.
Exactly. You know, Punxsutawney Phil said there would be 6 more weeks of winter, but I'm seeing some spring going on there. So let's see if he's right. But of course, that was just a couple days ago, February 2nd, Groundhog Day. Anyway, so 5:17, getting ready to go back into the White House there. Again, the East Room, right there on obviously the right side of your screen, but to the left of that picture there is the East Room. So we'll be going there live and bring you that full press conference, and definitely won't be dipping out of it to go to anything else unless there's a major breaking news story. But as of right now, of course, this is the top global story and top national story here at the network as we continue on with our coverage. You know, earlier today we saw RFK Jr., I believe that was RFK Jr. from earlier today, right? The Senate Finance Committee, where they voted 14-13 to move that along now to the Senate floor. So let's go over the process of that just to speed up, to bring people to speed on RFK Jr. and also with Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and others.
Well, that now was along party lines in the Senate Finance Committee. And Tom Tillis and, of course, Bill Cassidy, both Louisiana and North Carolina, respectively, were some of those Republican holdouts and made it clear why they were supporting him and that this is someone who spent his career fighting for clean energy, clean air, clean water, really so you can have a healthy life. And Mr. Kennedy moving forward now to what will be a Senate-wide cloture vote, so that will end debate and then move to an additional final vote. So 2 more legs on the hurdle, but this was the big one coming out of committee.
All right, and let's shift over to Pam Bondi as the U.S. Attorney General, of course, would be the lead position there for the Department of Justice. You were saying that there could be possibly a vote tonight.
Right, I'm looking for the exact timeline, but we're expecting that today where the Senate will have a final vote on Ms. Bondi. And of course, today they voted on Doug Collins over at Veteran Affairs, and he won that vote, confirmed with 77 senators voting in the affirmative and then 23 against him. So overall, it's been an amazing amount of support for President Trump's cabinet.
Looking forward to seeing the golden age really flourish here in this country. A lot of executive orders being signed pretty much every day, including we're seeing reports that there will be some more tomorrow at, I believe, 3 o'clock, and that according to our COO here at the network. So, yeah, we're seeing a lot go on there at the White House. And it's still quite interesting that on January 20th, some 15 days ago, the president didn't sign the executive orders first at the Oval Office. He did it at the Capital One Arena, where the Caps are playing tonight. Of course, the Florida Panthers just celebrating their Stanley Cup win at the White House with the president yesterday. But to the point of the Capital One Arena, that's where he signed those first executive orders in front of, 20,000 people, and then, throwing the pens into the crowd. I mean, he understands it's the we, the people thing. And he said when we win the White House, and obviously we have won that White House.
Right, it's an exciting time for our nation's capital and for everyone, wherever you're watching your neck of the woods, because we are seeing deregulation in real time. And President Trump also signing an executive order to start the removal of the Department of Education. So it'll be interesting to have Linda McMahon there to start dismantling what has been a failed approach from the federal government, though. One size fits all. We can remember No Child Left Behind. That was actually Ted Kennedy's legislation that George W. Bush fully embraced, and it became a disaster, even to the point where Florida Governor Jeb Bush, of course, 43's brother, was not much of a fan of it because it standardized tested pretty much everything across the board in the same way, regardless of community or school district, and it was a massive failure. So it's good to see that this organization, this new administration, wanting to truly adhere to the 10th Amendment and states' rights. And remember, President Reagan always said that the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a government program or something mandated by the federal government. We're starting to see that scale back now with true federalism in place.
It's great to see it going back to the states where it belongs. So we'll see that process, and we'll be bringing that coverage to you as well here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We also want to thank Tax Network USA. All you have to do is call 800-357-1415. You see the number there on your screen. If you have any questions about back taxes or concerned at all about that situation, or even questions moving forward in April, just give them a call, tnusa.com/RSBN, and that number you see there on your screen.
800-357-1415. April 15th, right around the corner. So settle your back taxes today. Tax Network USA. That's tnusa.com/RSBN.
All right, so it is 5:23. Thanks again for live streaming in with us. We'll be going right into that White House there to see the East Room of the White House. Of course, we saw the meet and greet, or the greeting of the president and the prime minister, and then we saw the Oval Office access. And then now, of course, to the East Room coming up. I'm very curious to see if the fake news press is going to try and take certain angles. Of course, they usually do. But this time around, we know that this White House is not open just to fake news press. This is open to what it should have been the whole time, to all sorts of press, including conservative media. And, it's great to see that happen.
Well, especially what was announced last week with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. If you go to whitehouse.gov/new media, over 10,000 applications coming in. So social media influencers and contractors and people who run their own independent firms have access to this White House, something very unique. And the ones that were in place for a long time that might take up that front row will be surrounded by those who are really interested more in free speech and truly covering this White House in a free and fair way.
Exactly. If you're just joining us now, earlier we interviewed Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition, had some great insight on this recent trip that's going to happen now. We're hearing that the Prime Minister is going to be in Washington for at least a week, meeting with the President today, tomorrow the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, as they continue to see what ways we can increase peace here and around the world. But also, speaking of some of that, we saw just the other day on Truth Social, President Trump saying that he initiated the ISIS surgical strike in Somalia and showed the unclassified video to the world, for the world to see. Obviously, there is mostly, it's always peace through strength, but at the end of the day, sometimes the strength needs to be taken care of, especially situations like ISIS.
Well, of course, it's a caliphate, and they want to take down the Western world. So they will now be taken down. And as President Trump said when he signed the Laken Riley Act into law, that the perpetrator of that horrible rape and murder thought he was the hunter, and he looked in the camera and said, "I am the hunter." So whether it's domestic issues or foreign policy issues, you don't mess with this man who is putting that peace through strength agenda into practice. So many just speak and they will carry a big stick and speak softly, as Teddy Roosevelt once did. But this gentleman, I think, rattles both. He has the saber in his hand. He'll dance with it. He'll cut some cake with it. But he'll also be point blank with our enemies and our adversaries. He said there in the Oval Office earlier before meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu that God forbid that the Iranians ever did such a thing as try to attack him, but he's left instructions in place if there's ever a retaliation for taking out the butcher in Iran. So it was actually in Iraq, but it was the Iranian general that they brought to justice in the first administration. And this is a president who's unafraid to listen to his military advisors to get the job done.
Exactly. And if we're talking about the Western world and keeping that intact and hopefully peace that goes throughout the world. But unfortunately, I know that a decent number of the deep state has been dismantled. President Trump talking about that in various speeches. and also situations with the globalists and that kind of thing. So there's a book that I read. It's called The Woke Mind Virus by T.S. Dixon. You can get it on Amazon and other areas. We've interviewed that author here, The Woke Mind Virus, and it really breaks down all of the stuff that really created everything you see today,
right,
from Marxism and Darwinism and on and on and on, Nietzsche and all that. So just a plug for that book, because it actually is really factual and really good. So The Woke Mind Virus, as it's 5:27 on the East Coast, as we are at the bottom of the hour, getting ready to go inside there to the White House. Looking forward to that. And it's been great to see this kind of coverage here on Right Side, because, you know, we've had our camera operators, great camera ops here, cover every rally. I mean, since day one in 2015. We're pushing 10 years since we've been on the air, and now to be able to have the access that we do with this White House and with the inside of the Beltway there at the Pentagon and the State Department, and also any other breaking news that happens, is quite the next step for our network. But also, we couldn't do this without our great sponsors.
Right.
And you guys watching right now, I mean, at the end of the day, if you'd like to donate to the network at all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. So simply text RSBN to 801-801. Indirectly, you are investing in a conservative company, and the return you get is live footage everywhere you can think when it comes to breaking news, America First News, this White House, and into the future. Because I know that most of you watching right now are so sick and tired of the mainstream media and no common sense and a bunch of crap over there. Let's be straight up, right? So you want something that is more relatable, and we are like you. We the people. Am I right?
Oh, 110%, Matthew. And you can also go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for everything to drop into your inbox, but also get those updates in real time on your phone with great articles and writers here at the network as well. But thank you for liking, sharing, and subscribing. And please do so, whether it's on X, on Instagram, Facebook, also True Social, among so many others, whether you're on Getter as well. There's so many great outlets out there fighting for freedom of speech. But please reach out to 1 or 5, maybe 10 of your friends about what we do here, because that just grows the whole thing. And it is. It's a wonderful live desk that brings you everything within the Beltway and also outside of the Beltway.
One of the things that I like the most about Right Side is it's always been a company that comes from the grassroots. This is of we the people. The foundation of this thing, built on God, built on the Bible, but also built on grassroots Americans that were just saying, hey, you know what? We want to show the full scope of what's happening in 2015, 2016, when the rest of the media wouldn't show the crowds or wouldn't show the entire speech. And it just started from there. So this wasn't a place that was bought and paid for by some woke corporation or anything. We're not paid to say certain things here, or there's not a false agenda at all. So it's nice to have that freedom as well.
Right.
As said, again, I've read this a few times, and I always like to read it to you guys. When on our RSBN Truth Social page, it says, Right Side Broadcasting Network is a pro-free speech network dedicated to bringing the truth to the American people and the world. So that's obviously what we're about. I know you guys are following us. We have more than 1.5 million people on Truth. It's at RSBN if you'd like to follow. And on X, it's at RSB Network. So grateful to be here as it's 5:30, the bottom of the hour, getting ready to go into the White House once again there in Washington, D.C.
An exciting time for morning again in America, the Trump 47 agenda, 20 promises made and kept. And we've seen really every part of the party platform of the Republican National Committee. It adopted President Trump's 20 promises in the summertime back in July in Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the convention. And really it is a second coming, an executive branch version of what Newt Gingrich did 30 years ago with that contract with America.
Exactly. So looking forward to seeing all of these common sense policies, America First policies, really take over in a great way here in this country. For everybody that's watching right now, for all of your paychecks and all of the hard work that you do, or raising your family in a country that is a free country. I never thought that we'd ever have to really talk about, defending our Constitution so much when it comes to the freedom of anything, freedom of speech, religion, your right to keep and bear arms, and other things. Like, we never really thought that it would get this bad.
Right.
But it happened, and we won, thanks be to God, but also to making it too big to rig, of course, in 2024. And we have to preserve it, though. We have to keep it. And that's what President Trump, of course, swore that oath to defend and protect and preserve the Constitution of the United States. So, and why? To have the freedom to dream big again, to create again, to have a business and have a life that you enjoy and quality time with your family, and go on a vacation and not be so concerned about government, trying to control your life. That's not what this country's about, as you guys know. And Robert and I and other people here at the network, including my wife, we can't wait to go to the Gulf of America this summer and just enjoy, whether it's in Florida or wherever, and just enjoy it and say, you know what? We're at the Gulf of America right now.
Well, hey, maybe a live show from Destin or St. George Island, perhaps along 30A, Rosemary Beach. Luke Bryan has a home down there, and I'm sure he'd be into the Gulf of America. He might not say that on TV, but I think he'd like that, with some music playing in the background, enjoying country music and all that the Panhandle has to offer.
Just in case, Luke, if you're watching, because I've actually met the guy in Nashville, Tennessee back in the day. I don't think Luke's watching, but if you are, or Jason Aldean or John Rich or any of the country superstars out there, let's put together a Gulf of America concert this summer. We'll get all the security we need and all that good stuff, but have a nice bash down there along the beach. How about
This is a great idea, and we'll be happy to cover that for you. So,
yes,
here at Right Side Broadcasting. So anyone watching, we know a lot of those great artists around True Social as well.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Travis Tritt and others. So great to see Ted Nugent, and the list goes on, including outside of the music industry, Jair Bolsonaro, the former president, the great leader of Brazil, that the people of Brazil absolutely love, like we love President Trump, is now on Truth Social. So it's cool to see that, as I'm a big fan of Truth.
Right. Of course, we have the Floribama activities. Kenny Chesney likes going there too, but I'm sensing a new music festival. Maybe the Matthew Alvarez Floribama Bash. I don't know. I'll just throw it out there. What do you think? We'll get your feedback, and you can go to feedback at rsbn.tv, even if it's fun banter as Matthew and I have during the show, during the day, or even into the evening now. Or what are your Super Bowl bets? What are you doing on Sunday to celebrate the big game? Or is there something going on in your town that's important to you that might have national implications? Feel free to reach out to us. Again, that's feedback at rsbn.tv.
Also, earlier we saw the live look at the Superdome in New Orleans. Of course, the developing news that we started the broadcast with is the fact that President Trump is the first sitting president to attend a Super Bowl. I had no idea that happened. I know you didn't either, right?
I was shocked by that.
Yeah, so he's going to be there on Sunday, as our 70-something thousand great fans, and including Taylor Swift. For those of you that love Taylor, or maybe not so much, we get it. But at the end of the day, still hopefully a great game there on Sunday. But back to the serious part of the news here as we await this great East Room press conference. We take a page out of President Trump's book sometimes here at the network as well. I mean, for someone that has gone through so many tough things, and for him to still have comedy, and to him to have a little bit of a pep in his step, that's a kind of a cool way to look at it. It's right. Inspirational. If you remember, just at the Las Vegas, Nevada rally just a couple weeks back. Mm-hmm. I'll just let Robert take the floor on this. What was the speech like when he was talking there that day in Nevada?
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, it's shorter than normal, but kind of a victory lap. And, of course, Christina Loren was there to get all those great interviews from the crowd. And what I was really floored by was the fact that many people went to the inauguration, then to Vegas to see that first post-presidency rally there in Vegas, which was a huge thing for him, in Nevada being a crucial state with 6 electoral votes in the Silver State. But yes, the positivity, the truth and comedy, highlighting already the successes of the first week, and now 3 weeks into this, so many more successes that have been really at a breakneck pace. President Trump not stopping to make America safe again.
Exactly. American Financing is one of the great sponsors here at the network, providing us this live coverage that you guys see on your screen right there, the White House there, as we get ready to go into the East Room. American Financing, you could save up to $800 a month working with this great group here. Of course, sponsors that work with Right Side usually are going to believe in what we believe in too.
Right.
And that is the case here with all of our sponsors, because you're not going to get a woke company usually wanting to be on Right Side Broadcasting Network, but working with the people that are on the same side that you are when it comes to maybe your belief system, conservative values, that kind of thing. American Financing, a great group there. I know, Robert, you have that phone number too.
Oh, yes. You can call them right at 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. Or visit them at americanfinancing.net/RSBN. And to Matthew's point, feel free to call. There's no obligation, no hassle. They're experts in their field and they're patriots, just like we are here at the network, and of course you viewers at home. But with a lot of us carrying really high credit card balances that charge us 20% or more per month, it's time to get rid of those fees and think about a group that could save you $800 on average. If you start today, they can actually postpone 2 of those payments. So think about 2 free months in the clear to get some more finances in order. And it's just another hedge against inflation, because the last 4 years have been tough for many of us.
Exactly, it definitely has. American Financing, a great company right there on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, just to sum up some of the things we've learned in the past hour with the Oval Office there with the President and the Prime Minister. President Trump saying Gaza is, quote, a demolition site right now, saying neighboring Arab countries should take in the Palestinians. Also talking about areas that maybe the world could come together and build for the Palestinian people. Right. That's one thing that the president talked about. And a question to the prime minister, he was asked who should get the credit for negotiating recent peace deals with Hamas, and Netanyahu said he credits President Trump. So we're going to hear more about their meeting that they're having right now at the Oval Office over in the East Room, from the West Wing to the East Wing. And then we'll have the Q&A too from the press there. So be quite interesting to see what the back and forth may be from the press.
Yes, very interesting to see the 2 leaders who are really leading this fight against radical Islam throughout the world. And if you look at a map of Israel, this is really the size geographically of New Jersey. People don't realize that historically they're surrounded by enemies. And thanks to President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu's leadership, we have the Abraham Accords. We have Bahrain and the UAE joining Israel and the United States to really move forward in a new and peaceful way, that peace through strength philosophy. And to give credit where credit's due, although there were many failures on the part of Jimmy Carter years ago, one of the highlights truly of his administration was seeking that peace, and they did that between Israel and Egypt.
Exactly.
And you had a partnership there that has lasted really the test of time, because historically they were battling one another. I mean, look back to Exodus, look at the Bible. It was literally Jewish slaves stuck there for 400 plus years until Moses led them out of this horrible situation, this bondage, into the promised land, all with the blessing of God. So an amazing thing to really think about as we look towards the future security and peace of the world, especially for the Jewish people.
Exactly. And the Republican Jewish Coalition, Sam Markstein, we interviewed him earlier. For those of you that saw that interview, we'll play that one again real quick here. For those of you that are just joining us, this is Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition. If we do see a live feed of the East Room of the White House, since we already aired the interview, we can cut directly to that live feed. But here's Sam Markstein from a bit earlier today. Now is Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition. Thank you so much for joining us on Right Side.
Great to be back.
Definitely. So today, of course, a great trip by the Prime Minister of Israel with the President. What do you think is the top thing that they'll be talking about?
Well, I think today represents a dramatic policy shift over the last 4 years of weakness and appeasement and undermining of the U.S.-Israel relationship, for Prime Minister Netanyahu to be the first foreign leader to visit President Trump at the White House in the second term It's a very, very big deal. If you remember, President Biden, it took him approximately 1,283 days to invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to the White House. President Trump did that in 15 days. This is certainly a dramatic policy shift, and I think there's going to be a couple of things that are top of mind. One is obviously going to be the ongoing war in Gaza against Hamas and the state of the ceasefire and hostage deal. I think there's also going to be talk about Iran, as the president is just signing executive orders in the Oval Office just now. And I think there's also going to be a discussion about what the Abraham Accords could bring in expanding the circle of peace to include countries like Saudi Arabia. So a lot to talk about today, and a very historic day, not just for Israel, but also for the president's first foreign leader visiting.
And Sam, it's hard to imagine such a successful 2024 election without the involvement of the Republican Jewish coalition, the teams and the coalitions they put on the ground to door knock, to make those phone calls, to really bring that success to Washington, and really a reformed relationship ultimately with Israel. As we look to 2026 and the midterms, Republicans have a lot of territory to hold on to, including a very narrow lead in the House, but also several Senate seats, much more than the Democrats, and also governorships throughout the country. So how is RJC planning to expand, and are they prepping for what's already going to be a very quick election season just a few months away?
Yeah, so we were very gratified to have played a significant role as part of the winning coalition in 2024. We spent an unprecedented $15 million to turn out the Jewish vote for President Trump, but it was in those key battleground states where we really made that decisive difference. Places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia. These are places with sizable Jewish populations that can and did make a significant difference in determining who won those states and ultimately the presidency. So we're very, very happy with those results, of course. But as far as 2026, yes, we are already preparing for that. We already have a couple of top target races circled on our end, including the Georgia Senate race. John Ossoff is up in 2026, and now Michigan is also a very interesting one as well, with the retirement of Gary Peters, Democrat, longtime senator up there. He must have read the writing on the wall and knew that it was going to be a tough race for him as well. So we have a lot of opportunities to not just hold on to the Senate and hold on to the House, but actually expand our majorities in both chambers, and that's what we're looking to do in 2026.
The Prime Minister, before boarding the Wing of Zion yesterday in Israel, said to some reporters, quote, he wants to achieve a remarkable era of peace through strength. Quite awesome to hear that echo there in Israel as President Trump and the Prime Minister are on the same team. Your thoughts about that from that 30,000-foot view?
Yeah, I mean, even before the election of Donald Trump, Israelis favored President Trump to be the winner here by a 50, 60-point margin in every poll of Israelis. And so who would know better who is going to be the best president to protect and defend the state of Israel and the Jewish American community than the folks on the front lines actually, doing battle with these terrorist groups every single day. And so I think that the Prime Minister is 100% right. This administration understands that it's peace through strength, whether it's, inviting him today, but it's also signing these executive orders. I mean, the Iranian regime, which is the biggest center of malign activities in the region, who's funded the Hamas terrorists, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and others who not just attack Israelis, but also American interests as well, they approximate that they have received about $140 billion in illicit oil sales under the Biden administration. That all ends today with these sanctions, where the Trump administration has directed every single agency, but specifically the Treasury Department, to revamp up the sanctions to make sure that the Iranians are isolated and broke and are not able to fund these malign terrorist operations and activities around the region. So the policy shift here is so dramatic. I really want to just emphasize that point, that we are going from a administration, the Biden administration, that incorrectly believed that by distancing ourselves from Israel, that would somehow lead to Iranian de-escalation in the region. And as we saw on October 7th and the months since, they were disastrously wrong. And so now you have a president who's back and reimposing the policies that were so successful in his first term.
Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition. Sir, thank you again for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Great to be here. Historic day. Hope you guys get a lot to cover.
Thank you, sir. All right, looking live in the East Room of the White House right now. Of course, President Trump and the Prime Minister about to have a press conference there and also share their thoughts about what they just talked about. So we're looking forward to seeing that here live on the network.
Will be a very exciting time to see the first foreign visit by a leader to the second term of President Trump, this White House, that clearly a different agenda than the last 4 years, not only in energy, but we know what the mission is to make America safe again, to make it healthy again, and ultimately great again. Peace through strength back to the White House and common sense throughout the land.
Exactly. All right, let's talk about the East Room. As we saw the other week when the president was in the East Room, we saw brown doors, and then here we're seeing maybe some drapes over the brown doors. Is that what you're seeing too? That's the specific spot, though, right?
Yes, that should be the exact spot where that took place, and very ornate. You have state dinners that take place here. Of course, we do know that JFK lied in state there as well, as I believe Abraham Lincoln spent a couple of days during his wake in the East Room. But something where you saw Laken Riley's bill signed into law, the first one by President Trump just about a week and a half ago. And of course, yesterday, too, with the Florida Panthers celebrating their Stanley Cup victory with President Trump, and a moment where he really got to smile. And, you know, again, it's interesting to watch him because President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, their leadership prowess is really extraordinary because they like to listen and get information and subject matter experts around them. And you can see something like even a sports team, how President Trump really knows the ins and outs of it and really seems to care as the commander-in-chief. So an interesting thing, and it's hard to stay focused on all those details given just all the amount of things he has to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 15 days he's been in office as the 47th commander-in-chief. He has done 15 years of work, in my opinion, comparatively to Joe Biden, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, that are positive for our country, not destroying our country with crap policies. We're seeing great things happen with the America First agenda, and it is about the people. I don't understand why anyone would be against that. I do, on the 30,000 foot view, get it. There's good and evil, and I get all that, but you know, if this is for safety of America, this is for law and order, this is for our country to have a border. The fentanyl situation has been atrocious with our nation. 75,000 Americans annually are dying from the fentanyl situation there. You know, I mean, that is insane. So President Trump, of course, working with now Mexico and Canada, both countries, I believe it's 10,000 troops or people that will assist both in Canada and in Mexico to take care of this.
Yes, along with $200 million in U.S. currency that Canada will be spending to stop that fentanyl crisis. But if you look back at President Trump's predecessors, and I can grade them out right here, we can go into detail maybe on another show regarding that, but I would say Bill Clinton, a C. George W. Bush, C-, probably a D+, Barack Obama, a hard D, and Joe Biden, an absolute failure, an F on all diplomatic issues, foreign policy, domestically related as well. Really, it's his predecessors that have caused these troubles over the last quarter century, and President Trump is here to clean it up.
It's so wild to put the name Donald Trump in with Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, and others. It literally belongs there, and his face belongs on Mount Rushmore. Now, some might say, well, you just love President Trump so much. Well, no, actually, I love what he does so much. I love the truth, and I love common sense and all that. So that's why, you know, it's easy to talk to we the people out there at various rallies over those years, especially the campaign trail.
Right.
You know, and to understand, hey, the common sense leadership is what is needed. As we're taking a live look there at the press corps, inside, and various staff from the White House. I know a lot of times with the East Room situation where there's a number of speeches that the Vice President will be there. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, usually would be there, but of course he's on his several Latin America state trip right now. Of course, doing great things in Panama the other day with the Panama Canal and the fact that the Panamanian government is saying, okay, let's shift away from the Chinese having control over this and get it back to where it belongs. And, you know, a trip to El Salvador recently, and then, you know, yet another country today. So a lot going on, a lot of great people in the room for Team Trump. And then a number of the fake press are there, but also a number of conservative press now being allowed inside there in the White House, and no longer can this White House press corps dictate, oh, well, you're not left wing enough. Basically, they're not going to tell you that, but you're not extreme left enough to be a part of this group. Those days are over. America is returning to a great time, and hopefully even greater in the years to come.
And not to get ahead, but I'm very curious to see who President Trump will select as that first country and their leaders for the state dinners that do happen on occasion. So perhaps that will be Israel once again, but we'll see, as we move forward, perhaps maybe a newer nation that wants to be recognized by President Trump. We'll see what happens with all of that.
And since we work in the press, in the media as well, on the conservative side of things, I thought you were going to say, I wonder who President Trump is going to call on first in the room there. That'll be interesting. Will he go with the New York Times or Reuters? Or will he go with a conservative outlet? Who knows? But we know that we have the live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. As Robert, of course, you were in Washington after the inauguration, went live at our Rumble studios up there. We have that access as well to be in D.C., of course. But right now, of course, looking live at the two podiums, you're going to have the President and the Prime Minister there in just a few minutes. And as soon as that gets underway, we'll toss to that live as we are approaching the top of the hour on the East Coast, and then only 3 o'clock in the afternoon out there on the West Coast in California and other states out there on Tuesday, February 4th. We were looking at the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth's trip to Fort Bliss, Texas. We showed that video earlier in our broadcast. And it's great that he didn't just stay in the cushy spot at the Pentagon, which is great. I mean, it's still getting the job done there. But he went down and said hello to the soldiers and to the service members that are going along the southern border to help shore it up there, with 4,100 military personnel now on our southern border.
Boots on the ground. We saw this also with Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, as she was part of the ICE raids. She's also been in New Orleans to get an estimate on what is needed and additional work on the ground for the Super Bowl coming up with state, local, and federal partners. So you truly see a cabinet that is ready, willing, and able to leave K Street, not be influenced by the lobbyist and the deep state, but rather work on behalf of the American people.
Yeah, definitely not bought and paid for. Always good to see that. And that's similar to our network here, not bought and paid for by anybody on a left-wing woke ideology at all. So speaking of the Super Bowl, yeah, the news, if you haven't heard yet, I know a lot of you have, but President Trump is going to be at the Super Bowl on Sunday, the first time a sitting president has done such a move. So it'll be quite cool to see that.
I'm excited for that, and it's going to be a great game altogether as the Kansas City Chiefs seek their third straight Super Bowl victory.
Go Eagles. So we'll see what happens there, of course, 5 days from now on Sunday. But, of course, a few days until we get there, as today is just Tuesday. But a lot of coverage coming up this week as we bring you this access to the White House here on RSBN Live. And other breaking news stories that may happen, we'll have you covered here. And not only on the channel, but also on our social media platforms on X and Truth Social, Getter and Facebook, all over the place. And also, go ahead and download the RSBN app and go to rsbnetwork.com. Those are places as well that we post various stories and even clips like today, where you're going to hear from the President and the Prime Minister of Israel. And just to go over once again, for those of you just joining us right now, just yesterday, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there are a number of things that he wants to talk about with the President. One, having victory over Hamas. 2, releasing all hostages. Number 3 is dealing with the Iranian terror axis and all of its components. Number 4 and 5 are broadening the circle of peace in the Middle East and to strengthen security. And he closed out his comments yesterday to the Israeli press saying he wants to achieve a remarkable era of peace through strength. That echoing, of course, what President Trump talks about.
Right. They're on the same page, and there's a deep friendship there. And nice to see that as well between his wife, Sharon, and, of course, our First Lady, Melania Trump. And speaking of Melania, great to see her on the, I believe, Hello Magazine, giving a full interview, but also very gracious pictures, and someone who is very much involved in making America great again from her role as First Lady.
Approaching the top of the hour, 6 o'clock Eastern time. Looking forward to seeing the two world leaders in that East Room of the White House. And to your point, it's been great to see the First Lady even out in Los Angeles when President Trump made that trip to visit the people of Southern California. And you know one thing I love about the president too? I love when he says the beautiful water is flowing in California. He's been saying that on Truth Social and showing various photos. And, you know, I wonder, you know, in my times in L.A., just travels and that kind of thing, when you see the so-called river of L.A., it would always be a joke because there would be nothing in there. It would be all concrete wall and just a little bit of water. I mean, I haven't been there since, so does that mean those are now filled with water? Who knows?
Be great to see on the ground, but he was unafraid to bring in the Army Corps of Engineers and also on the border as well to help our Marines down there to finish the job of the border wall. So he told LA Mayor Karen Bass nearly a week and a half ago, you have executive authorities where you can do things. They don't have to wait, these property owners, 7 days for permits to go back onto their property to start cleaning up. And as we saw as President Trump was speaking to these wonderful folks in Pacific Palisades who have lost so much of their property as a result, some things burned to the ground, so sad. He said, go back there and clean up. It's common sense. So he used that executive authority and turned the water back on. So perhaps the Golden State will move away from the far left Looney Tune politics of some of these establishment Democrats who have only known their careers being in the public sector.
Exactly. And, you know, when Gavin Newsom decides to show up at the airport there in Los Angeles the other day, you know, wearing his skinny jeans and a collared shirt, you're about to meet the leader of the free world, alpha male of alpha males, Teflon Don, the guy that's gone through so much for our country, and you show up looking like you're going to a cocktail party or some other get-together, and then you start pointing at the president like you're trying to tell him what's up. How about you go and take care of your business and don't let this mismanagement happen ever again? And, you know, I don't care how charming he is and all that. You have to, listen, I just want everyone to have this. Peace through this country as much as possible. I know it's very difficult to have that, but at the end of the day, President Trump is the president of all of the country. And it's just, you can't have that kind of treatment towards our president when the respect should be top notch, not just showing up uninvited to the LAX airport just a few weeks back.
Well, and by Gavin's own words, the governor of California is simply saying in his first term, coinciding with President Trump's first term with the Northern California wildfires back in 2018 and 2019. You know, promises made, promises kept. Thank you, Mr. President, for assisting us here federally because we have not managed our forests well here in California. And you saw that brush was a big reason why those fires continued to spread. And this is already a very dry area to begin with. And possibly further investigations because we know in certain situations roughly 40 people have been arrested due to arson-related activities, and it's as dangerous. I've lived in Arizona, I've lived in California. If you're a smoker and you just throw that onto the ground, not that I am, but if I've watched people do this, I've said, hey, do you know what you're doing? It's so dry out there, it can light up a city center. I mean, people don't realize sometimes, let alone the failures of what's taken place by Democrat mismanagement in the Golden State.
In some ways, we are a mirror to you, we the people out there. When you're upset about a certain situation, that like LA with the wildfire situation, you know, we saw people go up to the governor and talk to him and be so concerned about why things were happening. Where was the water and the hydrants and on and on and on. We feel you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not just going to be talking heads, reading some teleprompter from some script written that's all about false, fake news. Like, we really, really understand where you're coming from, especially that we interviewed two people from Los Angeles. If you remember, one of them lost their entire business, their entire home. They were tearing up on the network right here. So we're going to bat for you if you don't have a voice out there. And if you do have a voice, keep on going.
Right. It's so tragic, so sad what's happened. Even the last few weeks alone because of government mismanagement. But we've seen now 3 weeks into a new dawn for America, problems being solved. And President Trump said, somewhat with a side today from the Oval Office, Joe Biden left us a serious mess. And he said he has bigger problems, bigger fish to fry than his new CAA contract, which, what's that about? It's rather bizarre, but...
Yeah, President Trump was asked that question at the end of his executive order signing in the Oval Office, and he just laughed it off. He goes, "What?" Like it was a whole thing. So that was quite interesting to see that, and an absolute joke this last administration, just 100% a joke, and didn't do anything great for the American people. So now we have somebody that is doing that, and we're seeing these cabinet picks one by one get, appointed, but also confirmed and sworn in. And again, if there was nothing that was done wrong by the Democrats or leadership, that kind of thing, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi should already be in their posts right now. This has been a delay against the American people because we voted for Trump, and what Trump wants is having all of these cabinet picks, and we are for that. So they're really working against us.
Right.
And they don't represent us, those that are on the left side of things. And the majority of the country rules here, and we saw what happened on November 5th.
Yes, it was a peaceful and patriotic transfer of power. You used your voice, you made it heard, and throughout the country, a strong swing to the right side of history. And we're watching closely as well. Pam Bondi should have a vote in the Senate tonight to confirm her for the next Attorney General over at the Justice Department. Of course, Doug Collins confirmed today by a vote of 77-23 for Department of Veterans Affairs as the new secretary there. And Chris Wright last night confirmed by the Senate a 59-38 vote. Overall, President Trump's nominees, once they get past cloture and out of committee, really having overwhelming support for the most part. But we saw this in so many of these hearings, not only the delays with certain positions, especially Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, but the speaking over the witnesses, speaking over the nominees, and all of them handling it with such grace and just, quite frankly, ridiculous questions, especially from Shifty Schiff from California. I love when Pam Bondi said, maybe you should be focused on the crime in California and the other things, the mismanagement in your state, instead of hypotheticals that I clearly can't answer right now.
For those of you that didn't hear Robert, he said Shifty Schiff. You know what I mean? So Shifty Schiff, no T at the end of that one.
No T at the end of that. So
sometimes people out there like to mince the words, and they try to. Not the good people that we're watching right now, but you know how it is.
In private, I might call them something else.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. So on Breaking 911, literally like a minute ago, this representative, Ayanna Pressley, just said Elon Musk is a Nazi something baby, and she also called for violence in the streets. And look who it is, Robert.
Oh, of course, Maxine Waters, the
next to this
protester in chief, someone who questioned how many elections?
Yeah.
Going back to, gosh, at least 1988.
Yeah. So, I mean, we know that there are people that want this country still to be taken down, and they don't like Donald Trump. But hey, at the end of the day, if you're a liberal watching, we welcome you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thanks for streaming in. If you're on the right side of history with us, or conservative watching, thank you so much. If you're independent and you're just checking it out, thank you so much for watching all over the place. Rumble, YouTube, X, our app, everywhere. As we look forward to seeing the President and the Prime Minister of Israel here in just a minute in the East Room of the White House. It is past 6 o'clock on the East Coast, so 6:04 Eastern Time, as we are awaiting the two leaders, the leader of the free world and then the leader of the state of Israel. Earlier, we saw Sam Markstein. He's been on the show quite a bit. Very well spoken just about all of the foreign policy. And he was just saying how this is a historic time,
right.
Even right now for President Trump, because the first world leader that he invites to the White House is none other than the leader of Israel.
Right, a great pick to start off this administration and to find out how we can export peace through strength on a number of different fronts. And as President Trump said, if he had remained in office without Joe Biden there would not have been this Hamas-led attack by Shia rebels and extremists throughout the region that was joined by Hezbollah and then the Houthi rebels, which are directly funded by the Iranian regime to try to dismantle Israel. But God had other plans, and thank goodness for that. And our thoughts and prayers with so many of the victims, not only of those people freely going to that concert who suffered so much that evening, October 7th of 2023, but then in the custody of these extremists. These hostages have been or are continuing to be released, whether American or Israeli. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office stating that President Trump is a major reason, along with the current team, as to why that did happen. So thanks be to God.
Amen. And looking at some Israeli headlines right now from a station out there, I-24. 2 soldiers killed in terror attack on West Bank checkpoint. This, of course, from the IDF there. So that's happening. Of course, there's news. It's interesting when you look at the various international news outlets. President Trump is always in every one of these web pages. Right here it talks about Trump refuses to address West Bank annexation, stresses Israel's small size. You know, there's different stories here. Some of them left-leaning, some of them right-leaning. But when it comes to, you know, facts and figures about a terrorist that was eliminated after West Bank ambush, 2 Israeli reservists killed. I mean, that's the story we're talking about there, too. President Trump talking about Gaza just a few minutes ago, live right here on Right Side, saying it looks more like a demolition site and that maybe other Arab countries would take in the people in Gaza. So, you know, there's a lot going on. I know that the Middle East is very difficult to kind of analyze in a lot of ways because there's a lot going on there. But at the end of the day, President Trump up for that, challenge. Right. As we know, he did the Abraham Accords, 4 peace treaties with 4 different countries, and maybe more to come.
And promises made, promises kept, bringing the American embassy to Jerusalem and recognizing the Golan Heights in the first term. This is something that was promised by former presidents, including Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. Barack Obama strayed away from that a bit, even was arguably very anti-Israel, although had many members of a Jewish background and even Mossad who are involved in his organization. I think of people like Rahm Emanuel, former mayor of Chicago and ambassador to Japan, someone who was standing behind Brandon Johnson and Governor Pritzker when they were outright lying about President Trump's efforts to deport illegal immigrants. And we've had some friendly conservative media outlets who were there saying, you know, gentlemen, why don't you work in conjunction with the administration? Oh, by the way, you're violating Section 8 of U.S. Code 1324, harboring illegal aliens within Illinois. But I digress. Rahm Emanuel was there for that. The way the Obama administration treated Israel was so sad. They were put to the side. And of course, with Joe Biden, knock, knock, was anyone at home? Clearly not, with the cognitive decline. And we saw a horrible war break out by an ISIS caliphate led by Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels. So something that does not sleep, and that's terror. And President Trump knows how to address that this past weekend, striking ISIS outlets in Somalia.
Exactly. So some of the caves there, getting that direct hit from our military, that unclassified video that President Trump shared on Truth Social and various platforms, posted it and showed exactly what went down there. So, following those kind of stories here at the network. Also, if you're just joining us, the Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying in the coming days there will be updates about the aviation disasters that just happened within the past week. Of course, on Wednesday over the Potomac River, and then in Philadelphia on Friday night. So as soon as we get some more details there, we'll pass that along to you here at the network. As it's 6:09 Eastern Time, the president meeting with the Prime Minister right now, going over a number of topics and things to work on. And then, of course, they'll both come out to those podiums. They'll share with us what they want to share with the world. And then from there, a Q&A with some of the press in the East Room of the White House. Again, 6:09, Tuesday, February 4th. This is RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely. And looking forward to this coverage today and tomorrow, a lot of coverage as well as we get closer and closer to seeing our country continue to go in that right direction. So that huge ship obviously was going down, like I've said before, like the Niagara Falls, about to fall and go down, down the waterfall there. But with the win with President Trump turning that big ship around, takes a minute, right? But it's happening, and we see better days ahead. Believing for that, praying for that, working hard for that. And then we got to watch it happen right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Well, and literally different accidents happening with ships when Pete Buttigieg was the transportation secretary. We saw earlier today Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, actually taking a victory lap with the announcement of the rebuilding of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, a huge bridge really not far from Washington, D.C., and all the maritime traffic that goes through Virginia and also Maryland, respectively. So some improvements there happening, but my goodness, it's such a different day, a dawn for America, and people who are actually competent and have the resumes to do these jobs at the cabinet level, unlike the last administration.
Exactly. Ronnie Jackson out of Texas 5 minutes ago on Truth Social and other news saying there is no one who can negotiate like President Trump. At his demand, Mexico will assist us in border security effective immediately with 10,000 troops. We will stop the flow of criminals and drugs into America. Ronnie Jackson saying President Trump is on fire. Also, the same thing happening with Canada. So the whole tariff thing that the left-wing media was looking forward to going after, saying, oh, it's going to cost everybody all this money. This was first for the safety of America, the fentanyl to stop coming through, the illegal aliens stop coming through. And also, it's all on pause now because the president is going to look and see how things go over the next 30 days on both the northern and southern border. And if you've been out of unplugged from the news 24/7 cycle, did you know that there are Mexican drug cartels operating not only obviously in Mexico, but in Canada as well? That according to an executive order with the president. So the cartels are actually north of the border in some cases. That, again, according to the executive order, which I'll read here in just a second.
Yeah, a frightening thing to think about. I mean, and we know that over 100,000 per year in this country dying to this poison that is fentanyl. And I'm sure many of you viewers at home either know of a story or know someone directly affected. I know I do, and these are, in many cases, good people. You have situations of students who, share medication, or they need some Ritalin or whatever it might be, even over the counter, thinking, oh, I'll grab it from a friend, something as simple as Tylenol. And really speak to your students, especially if you have high school and college age students, at the dangers posed by fentanyl poisoning, because I think a lot of us think that, oh, this only happens to serious drug users. No, that's not the case. Many of these over-the-counter drugs end up laced with these horrible poisons, and we've seen this across the country.
Now, specifically, just to talk about that since you brought it up, so you're not talking about actually, so say you buy Advil or Tylenol at the store,
right,
and you open it with the seal. You're not talking about that specifically.
Oh, of course not. Right. That's,
okay.
That's in your purview. You could see that, but I'm saying college age and high school age students, because there's a lot of, oh, hey, can I have, this? Do you have it on you? And it's not exactly, how many hands does it pass through?
Exactly.
It's people that aren't really, their minds haven't developed yet. In some ways, they've done studies where the male mind doesn't really develop until 25 or 30, or even after that in some cases. I know in my case, sometimes that's the truth, being a much more mature individual now. But as you look at that, speak to your child at home, especially when they first go away from home, because the dangers that are out there, especially with borders that have been wide open for the last 4 years. Fortunately, thanks to Caroline Levitt putting out that video yesterday from the White House communications team, the border now is 95% secure, given the actions in the last 15 days. That's remarkable speed.
It is remarkable. Mm-hmm. So that executive order about the drug cartels in Canada, I'll read it specifically here. It says the challenge at our southern border are foremost in the public consciousness, but our northern border is not exempt from these issues. Criminal networks are implicated in human trafficking and smuggling operations, enabling unvetted illegal migration across our northern border. There is also a growing presence of Mexican cartels operating fentanyl and nitazene synthesis labs in Canada. So right there, according to the White House, we see that there are these kind of things going on in Canada, and that's why that 25% tariff was initiated by the president. Now, of course, paused because Trudeau said, okay, you win this one. And also, I'll provide the $1.3, I believe it was, billion toward security there, but also providing about 10,000 aides to help this whole thing out. They didn't call it troops in Canada, but Mexico called it troops. So anyway, it was great to see the promises made, promises kept by the president. He's doing the best he can when it comes to the border, when it comes to law and order. And also, let's wait until RFK Jr. is actually the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and we start to see less toxins in our food, so we can actually start to be made healthy again in this country.
I mean, this is a master team, a master negotiator at the head of it all. President Trump really showing his business prowess, the art of the deal. And he's someone who is ultimately that deal maker and will work with anyone to get the job done for the American people. He is not afraid of dealing with people and chuckles, with some of his White House Oval Office interviews about having nicknames for certain people, and deservedly so, especially Gavin Newsom on the West Coast.
Yeah, 100%. Chuck Schumer also shouting about how Elon Musk is going to take away everything we have before failing to start a Kamala campaign chant. This is happening all over the place, breaking 911. Apparently, there's a protest of Elon Musk's access to the Treasury Department. But if you look at some of the hoax stories that are out there, the White House actually sent out a number of things calling out various hoaxes. So they say the hoax machine keeps running. So let's look at this one specifically when it comes to the multiple media outlets, including PBS, the AP, NBC, and NPR, reported that operatives from the Department of Government Efficiency attempted to gain access to secure government spaces, implying classified information was somehow at risk and being accessed without proper clearance. Well, the fact is, White House Communications Director Stephen Chung confirmed that the reports were fake news, not even remotely true at all, while top DOJ advisor Katie Miller noted no classified material was accessed without proper security clearances. So you see the left here trying to spin and bring that misinformation or disinformation. Most of the time it's now disinformation. So they know that this is a false thing, but they're going to keep saying it and hope that you believe it. Misinformation more is something that could happen anywhere. It's a mistake. And if you have to own up to that, if you report something that's not right, you got to say, okay, wait, that was a mistake. That's misinformation. Disinformation is the one that is the evil one, where it's a straight up lie and it's announced on networks and it's announced, I wish I can show you right here on, this is on C-SPAN, but this was earlier. Representative Ayanna Pressley calls for violence. It says it right here, quote, "I want to say to our Republican colleagues, pay attention. We're here today in the hopes that you will see the light. But if you do not see the light, we will bring the fire. Resist." This is words from Representative Ayanna Pressley out of Massachusetts, 7th District. This is what's going on the other side of the aisle. And we're only talking the leadership here. This is not the common Democrat across this country. The common Democrat or liberal doesn't want woke, terrible things happening to their kids or in other areas of life. So this is more of just the leadership trying to drum up all this against President Trump. As we're seeing there right now, it looks like, is this SpaceX, guys? Okay, we got a SpaceX live picture as we're monitoring that and also waiting for President Trump and the Prime Minister to arrive there in the East Room of the White House. Okay, so that is the, which launch is it, guys? Okay, so the Max R3 launch right there with SpaceX. I just want to confirm SpaceX, correct, guys? Okay, confirmed there. So you're seeing a launch there just recently, probably out of Texas, of course, where,
most likely.
Speaking of Elon Musk, I mean, look at these visuals. Wow. This is all live right now. I don't believe this is on a replay, correct, guys? This is live? Let's go to Washington, D.C. right now. Okay, so some members of the press there and the staff, whether at the White House or in the Israeli government, they're entering the room, of course, awaiting President Trump and the Prime Minister. You're looking live as well from this launch with SpaceX to the left side of your screen. This is all happening right this second over the skies somewhere around the world. Obviously, taking off from Texas there. But back to that point, they're all trying to, on the left side, talk about Elon. But at the end of the day, someone that's part of Doge and going to do some great things for the country. But we look forward to seeing both what's happening on the left side of the screen and also looking forward to seeing the Prime Minister there in Washington.
Oh, it's an exciting time for America. So the MAGA coalition continues, even though the maniacs are outside screaming things that are creating manufactured fear, and that's what they thrive on, because we know Ayanna Pressley and Maxine Waters and sadly Chuck Schumer are very anti-Israel and in many cases anti-Semitic. They've shown their true colors, and it's sad to have that in the United States Congress. But Matthew, to your point, these aren't traditional liberal Democrats like Bobby Kennedy is. These are progressive Marxists. They are hell-bent on the destruction of America and capitalism, and in turn, friends like the State of Israel. So kudos to President Trump for joining forces with a great leader in Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, to export peace through strength and to work with so many people. But truly, you want to talk about fear. What about USAID? And fortunately, right now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has taken the reins at that department. I'm just looking through the amount of money they spent on some wild things, including $2 million for sex changes and LGBT activism in Guatemala, $6 million fund to fund tourism in Egypt, and that's rather calm compared to a $47,000 grant there for transgender opera in Colombia. I wonder what that is, because I studied opera. I never came across transgender opera, but it's amazing what they invent in the Beltway.
Yeah, exactly. So therefore, the corruption, the spending, all that stuff getting cut out of the system, figuratively speaking, just cut out. A shout out to Elon Musk as well on his X page in front of some 215.9 million people that follow his account. 17 minutes ago, if you guys are watching maybe on the TV or your iPad or maybe your phone, if you have another phone around, if you go to X and you go to Elon Musk's page, if you look down, I think the latest post that he has is of this network, Right Side Broadcasting Network. So Elon Musk using a portion of our coverage 17 minutes ago. Already 610,000 people have seen that, and that's going to go upwards of, on average, 2.6 million, 2.7, 4.3 million. So Elon, if you are watching, hello and thank you for that great post there. Quite historic in a way for Right Side Broadcasting Network as well. As you saw on the bottom right of your screen, one of his great SpaceX aircraft, the rocket launching there. Mm-hmm. And then on the left side of your screen, of course, awaiting the Prime Minister of Israel and President Trump. So your thoughts about Elon?
Well, I love that his X account says White House tech support. So he is someone who, again, knows how to use that truth and comedy. And I'm just amazed at what he's been able to accomplish. I think about him and people like Vivek Ramaswamy and Donald Trump himself. I mean, great businessmen who are recognizing not only the need to defend the Bill of Rights and our founding documents, but also putting their business prowess into practice and bringing together public and private entities to really make a difference for not only America, but in turn, the entire world. Because a strong America means a safe and prosperous neighborhood around us. And there's Secretary Pete Hegseth, it looks like.
Yep, and he just returning from Fort Bliss in Texas to visit with a number of troops there yesterday along the southern border, as more of the White House staff and staff from the Israeli government and also the press all make their way into that room there. Of course, the rows behind are all press, so the row in front, the two rows there, all government officials and family. So as soon as this press conference starts and as soon as we hear the go-ahead. We'll be going there live to the East Room of the White House as it is now 6:25 Eastern Time. You're watching RSBN Live right now. The bottom right of your screen is from a recent SpaceX launch. That is live picture as well. So right now, 3 live pictures you're seeing here on RSBN Live as it's 6:25. And thanks for sticking with us on this live stream. I know that it's been quite a minute since we've been waiting for this to happen, but definitely worth the wait, especially when it comes to geopolitics or foreign policy, especially when it comes to our country and the peace of the Middle East.
Right, and every day this White House makes news, good news, while the far left wackos decide to scream from the Capitol. And it's sad to see someone like Chuck Schumer, who's been in the business for a long time, and President Trump even tapping him on the shoulder during the Al Smith dinner, if you remember, back in New York City on the campaign trail, saying, "Oh, Chuck, I can't wait to be back with you. I remember giving you that first donation when you ran for county commissioner," but that's what you have in Washington. It's people who are watching out for themselves. But President Trump has changed the town. He's changed their opinion on China. He has changed the approach to radical Islamic terrorism. He has changed the approach to countless different items. I mean, he wants to put a sovereign wealth fund into America. And what a great idea, because Israel has something like that with the bonds, and also Egypt, some of their wealth. Really capitalizing on taking care of their own and their own countrymen. So it's a populist movement that can't be stopped.
Exactly. And also referring to the left-wing leadership, we're not talking about Democrats across the country or everyday liberals or Democrats in this nation. President Trump, of course, the president of the entire United States of America, but it is those people that are extremely pushing the left ideology, the woke ideology that is so anti our country. So if you're in that boat, there is a boat that you maybe can get on and go over to another country, because, and I don't mean just jump in any boat, but maybe take a ship if you'd like. If you don't like the country, you can always leave too.
Right. And for those of you that might be commenting on social media, I've seen some regarding that this White House is so anti-LGBTQ, et cetera, X, Y, and Z, and all the different things to put people into one box. I would like to remind you that Rick Grinnell of California, you saw him a week and a half ago with President Trump as the special mission envoy, not only to turn the water on in California, went to Venezuela and helped release 6 hostages that many did not know were actually behind bars. 6 Americans during the Biden administration in solitary confinement, really for no reason, and they were released immediately. And the communist dictatorship in Venezuela, not very fond of gay men. They are simply against it with the rule that they have with an iron fist. And this gentleman goes down there and he says, really, quite frankly, you release these hostages or there's hell to pay. It's very simple. It's the art of the deal.
Exactly. And on top of all of that, when it comes to DEI stuff, regardless of what someone looks like or what they're into, at the end of the day, we know this: if you do a good job at that work or that job or whatever, you are qualified, of course, if you have the resume and the experience and all that. It's just unfortunate that people are saying, hey, choose this person because of the way they look or what they're into, instead of if they do a good job at work. You know what I mean? So it's simple as that, to just cut through all the junk that's spoken on just the left-wing leadership and the left-wing leaning networks. So anyway, getting back to it here, as we see, that is the Secretary of Defense right there, speaking to some people there as we get ready to go there live at the East Room of the White House. Looking forward to seeing the President and the Prime Minister of Israel. Why don't we do this? Let's just hear what it's like in the room right now. Let's go live to the East Room in Washington, D.C. All right, you're looking live there in the East Room of the White House. Everyone getting ready for the two world leaders. Of course, the leader of the free world and President Trump, and then the leader of the State of Israel, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And other news, we're seeing with leading report that Senator Ted Cruz has called for the IRS to be abolished. That happened in just about 15 minutes ago. So there's so much news that can happen, and we're just keeping tabs on all of it here as much as we can at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Oh, yes, and some of the big players in the room there. We see Steve Witkoff, who is the special Middle East envoy, who was really crucial to the negotiations, especially getting the hostages out and working with the Biden administration when they were still in office to see that through. Of course, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu crediting him, and also President Trump for that success. There is Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and the former spokesperson for the Department of State, Morgan Ortagus, in the room as well with their Israeli counterparts.
Exactly. So a number of great people in there at the front of where the press is. The press is to the right of the screen there. A lot of government officials, of course, from the United States and Israeli government, as we know that the president and the prime minister have been meeting in the Oval Office and talking about everything from the peace in the Middle East to the hostages being released to broadening the peace circle that's out there, and probably Gaza as well, as we heard from President Trump earlier in the Oval Office. If you're just joining us now, saying Gaza is, quote, a demolition site right now, saying neighboring Arab countries should take in the Palestinians. And that question to the prime minister, he was asked who should get the credit for negotiating recent peace deals with Hamas.
Right.
And Netanyahu said he credits President Trump.
Very exciting to see truth and peace through strength happening at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And you could see the camaraderie between the two leaders. They like each other at a very personal level, have known each other for years, and the respective first ladies really enjoy each other's company as well, which makes a big difference in diplomacy ultimately.
Yeah, exactly. It's great to get along with the people that you're around, of course. But at the end of the day, business is business. You got to get the job done, and that's what both leaders, of course, want to do, not only for the United States and Israel, but globally. I mean, peace is always a great thing, of course, and I know that we have a lot of problems around the country and around the world, but we're getting them taken care of, at least in America First policy,
right, by
increasing law and order, by bringing 4,100 troops that are down at the southern border right now, 10,000 additional troops from Mexico, 10,000 from Canada, to just get rid of this fentanyl that's coming through, starting out in China, we're told from the White House, and making its way through South Africa and other places as well. Hearing that from Carlos Sands just the other day, former ambassador to Denmark. And of course, President Trump saying some strong words against South Africa in some ways as well on Truth Social recently.
Oh, yes.
So there's just a lot going on. And you look at the globe and you look at all the countries, and it actually becomes a little bit smaller because you start seeing what's going on out there. Mm-hmm. And you say, okay, these countries are freedom countries with great leaders, and like Hungary with Viktor Orban, or in El Salvador, or in Argentina, or the Netherlands, that kind of thing. But then you've got some other countries that are like Brazil that are just and China and others that are just under the wrong leadership.
Right. You see this quite a difference. I mean, especially in South America, as Secretary Rubio is traveling through Central and South America to firm up great support and really shore up things for all these different nations that are freedom loving. But if you look just to their neighbors, whether that be north, south, east, or west, what differences in governments. I mean, South America has some of the most extreme when it comes to those liberty lovers, and then just a few miles away, those who are under communist regimes and totalitarianism. So we got to count our blessings to be free here in the United States.
Exactly. It's something that we didn't know what could be taken again. Some did, some didn't. But after the past 4 years, we started to realize how bad it can get, and it was going the wrong direction, as you guys know. Well, here we are, grateful that we have someone that is in office that is bringing together as you say, an American dream team of sorts.
Oh, it really is. Conservative Republicans, liberal Democrats, a coalition of the willing to make America great again. And to your point, Matthew, over the last 4 years, especially during COVID and BLM and all those riots, we saw the Western world, places that you thought freedom was the stalwart, whether it be Canada or even down in Australia with the incredible and terrible lockdowns, pastors being jailed for simply holding church services. And we now know that that was a bunch of fodder and a way to suppress people, because they shut down churches, they shut down gyms, things that help us not only physically and mentally, but also spiritually, and to be in communion with one another. So good to see that common sense is back. And as I look back at those days that, some governors really locking down certain areas, especially my home state of Illinois, I'm so glad to now see a day where we have a new dawn in America, where people can truly live out life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness as they look to build on their American dream.
Exactly. And for those of you guys watching right now that have been to a number of Trump rallies out there, a special shout out and hello to you from Robert McNeely. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Hello to you guys. We're with you as we work for we the people, as we know that without you and also without our sponsors here, we would not have this possibility to bring you live coverage from inside the White House there. And the other day in Southern California, North Carolina, Ohio just yesterday with the Vice President, J.D. Vance. Also his trip to Virginia just recently. So all of that coverage brought to you by you and also our great sponsors. So if you'd like to donate to the network at all, just text RSBN to 801-801. It's texting RSBN to 801-801. Again, hello to all of you out there that are watching. I'm thinking of people like Lou Valentino in the Bronx. I remember interviewing him when President Trump did that trip there, stopped in the Bronx, did that huge rally, thousands of people, something that wasn't done for many decades. Ronald Reagan was the last one to stop there. And a great person there, Lou Valentino in the Bronx, and others that I've met on the campaign trail over the years from Omaha, Nebraska, and Iowa, and New Hampshire, and Georgia, and on. Just great to meet the people that are out there that we are with in this cause of America.
People with common sense and smart, and not necessarily the most political types. Eric Trump spoke on this towards the end of the campaign. This is not solely a political movement, but rather a cultural movement. And the one that stands out for me, although Madison Square Garden, extraordinary, the reunion in Butler, Pennsylvania, the thousands of miles we traveled in all 7 swing states and then some. It was so much fun to get to know you on the campaign trail. But that last one I did, the first of the 4, the day before the election. So going back to November 3rd, or I'm sorry, that would have been November 4th, that Monday, 2024, in Raleigh, North Carolina, as they were closing shop. I'll never forget Eric Trump looking out to his father and simply a tear coming down his eye, and he had to wipe it away. A tear of a very proud son and a family who has been through hell and back to save this country. And that was a great rally as well, because then Senator Marco Rubio was joined by Governor Huckabee Sanders, and Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who was just visiting the White House with her daughter as well as a former press secretary. It's an amazing coalition of great people who have sacrificed so much, in some cases literally taking a would-be assassin's bullet, as President Trump did, in order to make America great again.
And again, the fight continues on here, figuratively speaking, and through very many great ways for our country. We're seeing that happen. Also, to those of you in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, that were at the RNC for those 4 days, hello to you. Hello to Rapid City, South Dakota, a great rally there. It's always fun. I do like the outdoor rallies a lot. I do like the indoor hockey, basketball style arenas as well, because it just reminds me of being at various sporting events and that winning goal and the crowd going wild, but this time going wild for our country, for our freedoms. So looking forward to seeing some more rallies here at the network, as we didn't know where there are going to be any more rallies post the win and post him being in the White House. And then there were 2, weren't there? There was one in Nevada, and then there was one in D.C., of course. So great to see that. And we are looking forward to going there live to the White House there. Of course, sometimes the meetings go a bit long. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, because at the end of the day, that's where a lot of the work is getting done.
Exactly. It really is. And President Trump is someone who goes around the clock. We know his work ethic, and he has a lot to fix. He was left with a massive deficit. He was left with at least 2 wars that were in the media cycle, with Israel being attacked by Hamas, and then with more Shia rebels and extremists coming in funded by Iran, whether that was Hezbollah to the north in Lebanon, or the Houthi rebels as well, who like to raise hell within their ISIS caliphate. And President Trump struck that hard this weekend with Somali rebels and ISIS collaborators. He's not going to take anything from these extremists, and he's been very clear about that in order to defend the freedom of the United States and that of the Western world. So something that is really a departure from the last 4 predecessors of nation building, whether it be Republican or Democrat. We saw this with Bill Clinton and George Bush, Barack Obama and Joe Biden. They wanted to export democracy by forcing people using weapons, using drones, using true intimidation tactics, whereas President Trump is on the phone with friends and adversaries saying, we'll throw tariffs on you. We will do this, that, and the other. We want peace, but we won't back down. Very similar to the Gipper and Ronald Reagan.
All right, let's get ready to go to Washington, D.C. there. Quick breaking news from leading report. USAID missions worldwide have been directed to shut down by Friday. So again, leading report, breaking news, USAID missions worldwide have been directed to shut down by Friday. I believe that is the Vice President, J.D. Vance, is that right?
Yes, he just walked in the room, and of course we're in the East Room of the White House, in a different direction than yesterday, where you saw that the Florida Panthers were joining President Trump to celebrate their Stanley Cup championship.
Always good to win the Stanley Cup, always good to win the White House, of course. Mm-hmm. Speaking of the White House, getting ready now as we see the second in command, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, fresh off his trip from East Palestine, Ohio yesterday. We'll be seeing the President at any moment, and also the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. This is going to be quite the moment and time right now, as this is the first world leader to visit the White House under this second Trump administration. And rightly so. Israel, a great partner to the United States, and of course loved by many across this country. And I believe it's returned from Israel to Americans as well. So getting ready to see that. And then on top of that, Robert, we know that the press will have some questions for both leaders toward the end of this speech that is about to happen. And maybe about 20 seconds from now, I think they'll be coming out of that door right there.
Well, and I'm sure robust discussion. There have been some reports from friendly outlets that potentially President Trump will introduce an idea of removing the Palestinian people from Gaza, where he said it's just been decimated, and that's very true with everything that's happened there with this war, and potentially move them to Jordan and Egypt, saying that both countries are open to it. Of course, we know the communications of those countries saying they would not do that in the first place, but we know from the negotiations with Mexico, Canada, China, and others, in the last few hours, they seem to bend the knee to President Trump after he makes his demand.
Exactly. And what I like about President Trump is when he says he wants the killing to stop, regardless of which war, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, whether it's Israel, Hamas, and all that. But President Trump and Israel taking in their own hands. Just the other day, President Trump, having the surgical strike against ISIS in the caves in Somalia, taking out some of the ISIS advanced planners there. So you have to do what you have to do in certain situations, but still leading with peace through strength. He's not saying strength and then peace. It's peace first through strength. But sometimes, obviously, you saw him make that move just the other day. As it is 6:48 Eastern Time, about 12 minutes from the top of the hour. This is RSBN Live. Thanks for streaming in. We're going to go to the White House here momentarily as that door will open, and we just saw the Vice President step out. And, of course, some of the great people there in the front couple rows.
Right. I mean, extraordinary leaders. We have Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, also Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy, and Morgan Ortagus, the former spokesperson for the Department of State, and someone with Israel near and dear to her heart as a practicing Jew. and of course the Israeli counterparts, a great team of people who simply just want what you said. They want peace through strength, Matthew. It's something that they're yearning for, the peace of Israel, something that we are asked to pray for as believers. And it's really an amazing thing to see what they have gone through since October 7th of 2023. And I actually got to sit in with where I was living just outside of Atlanta, as many of you know, last year with my local mayor. He went with 13 other mayors in a bipartisan way to investigate what had happened in Israel. So sad.
Let's go to Washington, D.C. right now.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of press. Congratulations. You bring them out. You really bring them out. Today, I'm delighted to welcome Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu back to the White House. It's a wonderful feeling and a wonderful event. We had fantastic talks. And thank you very much with your staff. He's the first foreign head of state to visit during our administration, and Bibi, I want to say it's an honor to have you with us. Over the past 4 years, the U.S. and the Israeli alliance has been tested more than any time in history. But the bonds of friendship and affection between the American and Israeli people have endured for generations, and they are absolutely unbreakable. They are unbreakable. I'm confident that under our leadership, the cherished alliance between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever. We had a great relationship. We had great victories together 4 years ago. Not so many victories over the past 4 years, however. In my first term, Prime Minister and I forged a tremendously successful partnership that brought peace and stability to the Middle East like it hadn't seen in decades. Together we defeated ISIS, we ended the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, one of the worst deals ever made, by the way, and imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the Iranian regime. We starved Hamas and Iran's other terrorist proxies, and we starved them like they had never seen before. Resources and support disappeared for them. I recognized Israel's capital, opened the American embassy in Jerusalem, and got it built, by the way. Built it too, just not only designated it, but got it built at a price that nobody's seen for 40 years. We got it built, it's beautiful, all Jerusalem stone, right from nearby, and it's something that's very special. And recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, something that they talked about for 70 years, and they weren't able to get it, and I got it. And with the historic Abraham Accord, something that was really an achievement that was, I think, going to become more and more important because we achieved the most significant Middle East peace agreements in half a century, but the Abraham Accords in particular, and I really believe that many countries will soon be joining this amazing peace and economic development transaction. It really is a big economic development transaction. I think we're going to have a lot of people signing up very quickly. Unfortunately, for 4 years, nobody signed up. Nobody did anything for 4 years except in the negative. Unfortunately, the weakness and incompetence of those years, those past 4 years, the grave damage around the globe that was done, including in the Middle East, grave damage all over the globe. The horrors of October 7th would never have happened if I were president. The Ukraine and Russia disaster would never have happened if I were president. Over the past 16 months, Israel has endured a sustained, aggressive, and murderous assault on every front, but they fought back bravely. You see that and you know that. What we have witnessed is an all-out attack on the very existence of a Jewish state in the Jewish homeland. The Israelis have stood strong and united in the face of an enemy that has kidnapped, tortured, raped, and slaughtered innocent men, women, children, and even little babies. I want to salute the Israeli people for meeting this trial with courage and determination and unflinching resolve. They have been strong. In our meetings today, the Prime Minister and I focused on the future, discussing how we can work together to ensure Hamas is eliminated and ultimately restore peace to a very troubled region. It's been troubled, but what's happened in the last 4 years has not been good. I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for working closely with my transition team, the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who's here somewhere. Steve? Stand up, Steve, please. What a job you've done. What a good job you've done. Proud of you. Done a fantastic job. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Thank you, Mike, for working so well with us. Thank you. We have, in addition, Marco Rubio, who is on the phone right now, listening to every single word that we say, and he's going to be great. And Pete, congratulations. And Scott, congratulations. I see you're here. And Caroline's been doing a great job. She's really probably talked about more than anybody here. She's done a fantastic job, and thank you very much, Caroline. We're proud of you. But we'll only be satisfied when all of these problems are solved, and we have the team to solve them, and that's going to happen. And it's going to happen, I think, very quickly. I also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades, and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time. Being in its presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this, and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This can be paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12. It could be numerous sites, or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace, and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I'm hopeful that this ceasefire could be the beginning of a larger and more enduring peace that will end the bloodshed and killing once and for all. With the same goal in mind, my administration has been moving quickly to restore trust in the alliance and rebuild American strength throughout the region. And we've really done that. We're a respected nation again. A lot's happened in the last couple of weeks. We are actually a very respected nation again. I ended the last administration's de facto arms embargo on over $1 billion in military assistance for Israel. And I'm also pleased to announce that this afternoon the United States withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council and ended all of the support for the UN Relief and Works Agency, which funneled money to Hamas and which was very disloyal to humanity. Today I also took action to restore a maximum pressure policy on the Iranian regime. and we will once again enforce the most aggressive possible sanctions, drive Iranian oil exports to zero, and diminish the regime's capacity to fund terror throughout the region and throughout the world. We had no threat when I left office. Iran was not able to sell oil. Nobody was buying oil because I said, don't buy it. If you buy it, you're not doing any business with the United States. And Hamas was not being funded. Hezbollah was not being funded. Nobody was being funded. There would never have been an October 7th. 2 weeks ago, I once again designated the Houthis as a terrorist organization. They're trying to destroy world shipping lanes, and that's not going to happen. And over the weekend, I ordered airstrikes against senior ISIS leaders hiding in the caves of Somalia and took them out. Here in America, we've begun the process of deporting foreign terrorists, jihadists, and Hamas sympathizers from our soil, just as we have people that are extremely evil, and we're sending them out of our country. They came from jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they were dumped into our country. They're gang members. We're getting them out at numbers that nobody can actually believe. And every single country is taking those people back. They said they would never take them back, and they're all taking them back, and they're taking them back very gladly. And I recently signed an executive order combating the vile wave of anti-Semitism that we've seen in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks. Together, America and Israel will renew the optimism that shined so brightly just 4 years ago. It was really a bright, beautiful light. We will restore calm and stability to the region and expand prosperity, opportunity, and hope to our nations and for all people of the Middle East, including the Arab and Muslim nations. Very important. We want the Arab and Muslim nations to have peace and have tranquility and have great lives. I'd like to now invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to say a few words, and we'll take some questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored that you invited me to be the first foreign leader to visit the White House in your second term. This is a testament to your friendship and support for the Jewish state and the Jewish people. I've said this before, I'll say it again. You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. And that's why the people of Israel have such enormous respect for you. In your first term, you recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. You moved the American embassy there. You recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. You withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. I remember we spoke about it. You said, this is the worst deal I've ever seen. I'm elected. I'm walking out of it. That's exactly what you did. And I think it speaks loudly for just common sense, just looking at things and seeing them as they are. And of course, you also brokered the groundbreaking Abraham Accords in which Israel made peace with 4 Arab states. We did this in 4 months. Nothing happened for a quarter of a century, but in 4 months, we were able, working together under your leadership, to have 4 historic peace accords. And now in the first days of your second term, you picked up right where you left off. Your leadership helped bring our hostages home, among them American citizens. You freed up munitions that have been withheld from Israel. They had been withheld from Israel in the midst of a 7-front war for our existence. And you just freed it. You ended unjust sanctions against law-abiding Israeli citizens. You boldly confronted the scourge of anti-Semitism. You stopped funding, as you just said, international organizations like UNRWA that support and fund terrorists. And today, you renewed the maximum pressure campaign against Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, all this in just 2 weeks. Can we imagine where we'll be in 4 years? I can. I know you can, Mr. President. For our part, we in Israel have been pretty busy too. Since the horrendous October 7th attack, we've been fighting our common enemies and changing the face of the Middle East. On that infamous day, Hamas monsters savagely murdered 1,200 innocent people, including more than 40 Americans. They beheaded men, they raped women, they burnt babies alive, and they took 251 people hostage to the dungeons of Gaza. And after this worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust, Iran and its henchmen in the Middle East were absolutely ecstatic. Haniya praised the massacre. Sinwar said that Israel was finished. Nasrallah boasted that Israel was, here's what he said, as feeble as a spider's web. Well, Mr. President, Haniya is gone. Sinwar is gone. Nasrallah is gone. We've devastated Hamas. We decimated Hezbollah. We destroyed Assad's remaining armaments. And we crippled Iran's air defenses. And in doing this, we've defeated some of America's worst enemies. We took out terrorists who were wanted for decades for shedding rivers of American blood, including the blood of 241 Marines murdered in Beirut. We accomplished all this with the indomitable spirit of our people and the boundless courage of our soldiers. The Bible says that the people of Israel shall rise like lions, and boy did we rise. Today, the roar of the Lion of Judah is heard loudly throughout the Middle East. Israel has never been stronger, and the Iran terror axis has never been weaker. But as we discussed, Mr. President, to secure our future and bring peace to our region, we have to finish the job. In Gaza, Israel has 3 goals: destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, secure the release of all of our hostages, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. I believe, Mr. President, that your willingness to puncture conventional thinking that has failed time and time and time again, your willingness to think outside the box with fresh ideas will help us achieve all these goals. And I've seen you do this many times. You cut to the chase. You see things others refuse to see. You say things others refuse to say. And after the jaws drop, people scratch their heads and they say, you know, he's right. And this is the kind of thinking that enabled us to bring the Abraham Accords. This is the kind of thinking that will reshape the Middle East and bring peace. We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President. They tried through their proxies to kill me. We're both committed to rolling back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Israel will end the war by winning the war. Israel's victory will be America's victory. We will not only win the war, working together, we will win the peace. With your leadership, Mr. President, and our partnership, I believe that we will forge a brilliant future for our region and bring our great alliance to even greater heights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, baby. Very nice. Thank you. And J.D. Vance, everybody. J.D., please, Vice President, stand up. He's been doing a good job. He's been working very hard on all things, but this in particular. We'll take some questions, please. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Can a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia be achieved without the acknowledgement of a Palestinian state? That question for you too, Mr. Prime Minister. And Mr. President, given what you've said about Gaza, did the U.S. send troops to help secure the security vacuum?
So Saudi Arabia is going to be very helpful, and they have been very helpful. They want peace in the Middle East. It's very simple. We know their leader and their leaders very well. They're wonderful people, and they want peace in the Middle East. As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece, and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of. But everybody feels that continuing the same process that's gone on forever, over and over again, and then it starts, and then the killing starts, and all of the other problems start, and you end up in the same place, and we don't want to see that happen. So by the United States, with its stability and strength, owning it, especially the strength that we're developing and developed over the last fairly short period of time, I would say really since the election, I think we'll be a keeper of something that is very, very strong, very powerful, and very, very good for the area, not just for Israel, for the entire Middle East. Very important. And we'll, again, have thousands of jobs, and there'll be jobs for everyone, not for a specific group of people, but for everybody. Okay, please.
I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia is not only feasible, I think it's going to happen. I think if we had another half a year in your first term, it would have already happened.
True. Many, many more. I agree. Many more nations.
I think you can't prejudge and pre-guess how we'll achieve it, but I'm committed to achieving it. And I know the president is committed to achieving it, and I think the Saudi leadership is interested to achieve it. So we'll give it a good shot, and I think we'll succeed.
Yeah, please go ahead. Well, I can't tell you whether or not the ceasefire will hold. We've done, I think, a very masterful job. We weren't helped very much by the Biden administration, I can tell you that. But we've gotten quite a few hostages out. We're going to get more out. But we're dealing with very complex people. And we are going to see whether or not it holds. We certainly want to have more come out. They've come out damaged in many ways, damaged, very damaged people. But they're going to get better, and they're going to be strong, and they're going to have a good life. And we hope to get as many as possible out. Whether or not it holds, I don't know. We hope it holds. We hope it holds.
I think that at the appropriate time, which I think will enable us to really investigate what happens, what were the causes of the failures, by an independent commission that will be accepted by the majority of the people. We don't want it accepted by one half of the people and not the other. I think we should have it, and we should find out exactly what happened. I'm insisting on it. And believe me, it'll surprise a lot of people when it happens.
Kelly, go ahead.
You are outlining something that is really quite striking tonight. You are talking about... Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister. You are talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. What authority would allow you to do that? Are you talking about a permanent occupation there, redevelopment? And Mr. Prime Minister, do you see this idea as a way to expand the boundaries of Israel and to have a longer peace, even though the Israeli people know how important that land is to you and your citizens, just as the space is inherited by the Palestinians as well?
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know. Nobody can look because all they see is death and destruction and rubble and demolished buildings falling all over. It's just a terrible sight. I've studied it. I've studied this very closely over a lot of months, and I've seen it from every different angle. and it's a very, very dangerous place to be, and it's only going to get worse. And I think this is an idea that's gotten tremendous, and I'm talking about from the highest level of leadership, gotten tremendous praise. And if the United States can help to bring stability and peace in the Middle East, we'll do that. Bibi?
I mentioned again tonight our 3 goals, and the third goal is to make sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again. President Trump is taking it to a much higher level. He sees a different future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism, so many attacks against us, so many trials and so many tribulations. He has a different idea. And I think it's worth paying attention to this. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with his people, with his staff. I think it's something that could change history. And it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So before rebuilding Gaza again, obviously we'll take out all the hostages, and one of them is Don Alexander, an American soldier who is alive. How will you be assured that you will take out all the hostages and then rebuild?
We're working very hard to get all the hostages. The word is all, and we are working very hard. So far, it's been moving along fairly rapidly, pretty much on schedule. I'd love to have them all out at one time, but we're taking them out, and tomorrow more are being released, and over the days more, and then we'll go into a phase 2. But we'd like to get all of the hostages, and if we don't, it will just make us somewhat more violent. I will tell you that, because they would have broken their word. Mr. Witkoff and his entire group have been working 24 hours around the clock, and they want them out, and promises have been made to them, and we'll see whether or not those promises will be kept. But we want all the hostages, that's right.
How much time do you think it will take?
Do you support Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria, areas which many believe is the biblical homeland of the Jewish people?
Well, we're discussing that with many of your representatives. You're represented very well, and people do like the idea, but we haven't taken a position on it yet. But we will be we'll be making an announcement probably on that very specific topic over the next 4 weeks. Go ahead, please. Please.
You just said that you think all the Palestinians should be relocated to other countries. Does that mean that you do not support a two-state solution?
It doesn't mean anything about a two-state or one state or any other state. It means that we want to have, we want to give people a chance at life. They have never had a chance at life because the Gaza Strip has been a hellhole for people living there. It's been horrible. Hamas has made it so bad, so dangerous, so unfair to people. And by doing what I'm recommending that we do, it's a very strong recommendation, but it is a strong recommendation. By doing that, we think we're going to bring perhaps great peace to long beyond this area. And I have to stress, this is not for Israel. This is for everybody in the Middle East, Arabs, Muslims. This is for everybody. This would be where they can partake in terms of jobs and living and all of the other benefits. And I think it's very important. It just doesn't work the other way. You know, you can't keep trying. They just has been going along for so many decades, you can't even count. You just can't keep doing. You have to learn from history. You can't keep doing the same mistake over and over again. Gaza is a hellhole right now. It was before the bombing started, frankly. And we're going to give people a chance to live in a beautiful community that's safe and secure. And I think you're going to see a tremendous outflowing of support. I can tell you, I spoke to other leaders of countries in the Middle East, and they love the idea. They say it would really bring stability, and what we need is stability. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you still committed to imposing sanctions on the ICC despite the move being stalled in the Senate? And please, a question for the Prime Minister as well. The President has been very clear about his desire to achieve a deal with Saudi Arabia. How do you settle this if Israel is required to renew the war against Hamas in the future?
Go ahead, baby.
I think everybody understands that just as the President fought and defeated Al-Qaeda and ISIS, that we can't leave Hamas there because Hamas will continue the battle to destroy Israel. They'll do, you know, when in this temporary ceasefire, one of their leaders comes out, you know what he says? We're going to do October 7th again, except we'll do it bigger. So obviously, you can't talk about peace neither with Hamas or in the Middle East if this, you know, toxic, murderous organization is left standing. Any more that you could make peace in Europe after World War II if the Nazi regime was left standing and the Nazi army was left standing. You want a different future? You got to knock out the people who want to destroy you and destroy peace. That's what we're going to do. I think that will also usher in, actually, the peace with Saudi Arabia and with others. And I think there will be others, too.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
As a high expectation from you. Do you have any plan to change Afghanistan situation? Are you able to recognize Taliban? Because I'm an Afghan journalist, Afghan separate woman. Any comment about Afghanistan? What's your future plan for Afghan people, especially Afghanistan?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Oh. Actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying. But I just say this, good luck, live in peace. Go ahead, please. That's okay, yeah, please.
You said earlier today that it was tough for you to implement these sanctions on Iran, but you did indicate that you were willing to negotiate with them. What would that look like, and are you in conversations with them? And the same for the Prime Minister.
I hated doing it. I want Iran to be peaceful and successful. I hated doing it. I did it once before, and we brought them down to a level where they were unable to give any money. They had to survive themselves, and they had no money. They were essentially broke, and they had no money for, as I said, Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for any form of terror. The 28, if you call it, the 28 sites of terror, they had no money for any of it. They had to do their own and focus on their own well-being. And I hated to do it then, and I hate to do it just as much now. And I say this, and I say this to Iran, who's listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. Incredible people, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran. And I know them well, have many friends from Iran and many friends that are Americans from Iran, and they're very proud of Iran. But I hated to do it, just so you understand. And I hope we're going to be able to do something so that it doesn't end up in a very catastrophic situation. I don't want to see that happen. I really want to see peace, and I hope that we're able to do that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I'm not putting restrictions. They cannot have one thing. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if I think that they will have a nuclear weapon, despite what I just said, I think that's going to be very unfortunate for them. If, on the other hand, they can convince us that they won't, and I hope they can. It's very easy to do. It's actually very easy to do. I think they're going to have an unbelievable future. Yeah, please, sir, go ahead.
You just laid out your plan for Gaza.
Yes.
Can you lay out your plan for Ukraine and also...
For Ukraine?
For Ukraine, yes. You consider yourself a strong leader. You blamed your predecessor for letting Russia to take over Ukraine. Will you demand from Putin to get out of Ukraine, from sovereign territory of Ukraine?
So we're dealing right now in the subject. I don't want to spend a lot of time because we're here for another reason, but we are having very good talks, very constructive talks on Ukraine. And we're talking to the Russians. We're talking to the Ukrainian leadership. It would have never happened. That would have never happened. It should have never happened. I get reports every week, the number of soldiers, mostly soldiers now. The cities have been largely demolished. You talk about a very sad sight to see. We talk Gaza. Well, many of these cities look as bad as Gaza and worse, what's happened to them. And I want to see that end. And I want to see it end for one simple reason, the life of young people being absolutely obliterated on both sides. You probably have 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers dead, 800,000, maybe more Russian soldiers dead. It's very flat land, and the only thing that's going to stop a bullet is a human body. In this case, usually soldiers. And the numbers are staggering when you hear the real numbers in Ukraine, what the numbers are. And this doesn't include the cities that have been demolished and all of the people that were killed. So I want to see it stopped. We're having very good talks, and I think we're going to get it. I think something will be hopefully dramatically, it will rise above everything. You have to. You can't let this continue. You can't. This is an absolute slaughter that's taking place on the beautiful farmlands of Ukraine, and we have to stop it. We can't let this continue. It is a human tragedy, and we're going to try very hard to stop it. Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Mr. President, what's your view about Palestinian leader Abbas' goal in all the regional changes you want to do? And the question for the Prime Minister, what's your view on President Trump wanting to reach a deal with Iran and not a much more active military stance towards?
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
I think the president just said something that I think is the pivot of everything that we're talking about. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we fully agree with that. If this goal can be achieved by a maximum pressure campaign, so be it. But I think the most important thing is to focus on the goal, which the president just did, and I fully agree with him.
Well, I said it, and he said it very well. It's a campaign of pressure to see if we can get something done. He doesn't want to do what some people think will automatically happen because they're very difficult people to deal with, as you know. But if we could solve this problem without warfare, without all of the things that you've been witnessing over the last number of years, it would be, I think it would be a tremendous thing. Go ahead, please.
Do you have any plans to visit Israel soon?
To visit where?
Israel and Gaza.
Oh, well, I love Israel. I will visit there, and I'll visit Gaza, and I'll visit Saudi Arabia, and I'll visit other places all over the Middle East. The Middle East is an incredible place, so vibrant, so it's just one of the really beautiful places and with great people. And I think a lot of bad leadership has taken place in the Middle East that's allowed this to happen. It's just terrible. And that includes on the American side, by the way. We should have never gone in there a long time ago, spent trillions of dollars and created so much death. So that includes Americans. But, yeah, I'll be visiting a lot of different places in the Middle East. I've been invited everywhere, but I will be visiting some, yeah. Okay. Let's go. Caitlin, go ahead. Caitlin.
Thank you so much, President Trump.
Caitlin, go ahead.
On what you were saying there.
Say it. Go ahead, please.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza, going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision the world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work. And you have to learn from history. History has, you just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about. And I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we need to get this done. And people can live in harmony and in peace. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's the bottom of the hour, 7:30, seeing the president and the prime minister there speak for about 45 minutes with some questions at the end there. A lot of news coming out of this press conference. This first time that a world leader visiting President Trump for the 47th Commander-in-Chief presidency. Now, we do know Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu started his comments by addressing directly to President Trump, saying, quote, "You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House." He has said that before. He's saying it again here. Quite the remark there by the Prime Minister.
Oh, really an extraordinary compliment, and thanking both of their teams in place. And of course, you saw President Trump thanking White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, also Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and of course his Vice President J.D. Vance for all their work so far.
Exactly. Again, live right now on RSBN Live. Thank you so much for staying with us. We do know that President Trump earlier called Gaza a demolition site and that the people were, quote, living in hell-like conditions. Also, we'll see what happens to Gaza because the president says an option is to, quote, take over the Gaza Strip. So a lot of information in this press conference that you guys just saw there. Of course, if you'd like to replay any of that live press conference, you can always scrub back or just replay as soon as this broadcast concludes, as this does conclude our live broadcast for the day. Starting back up tomorrow right here at 9 a.m. RSBN Live as we continue our coverage. We know that the Prime Minister of Israel will be meeting with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth tomorrow. So we'll see if there's more news that happens during his stay in Washington, D.C. So quite the back and forth there with the press, but also some great comments by both world leaders.
Oh, yes.
Let's thank a number of our sponsors here at the network, including Colonial Metals Group. This is a free gold guide that you can get by going to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. For more information on gold, silver, all about the tax-sheltered IRA and 401k, we thank Colonial Metals Group for being a sponsor, and also Tax Network USA.
Oh, yes, tnusa.com/RSBN. You can give a call to the number right there, 800-357-1415. With April 15th right around the corner, settle your back taxes today and make sure you live in financial prosperity without a bunch of IRS agents breathing down your neck. tnusa.com/RSBN. The Patriot experts at Tax Network USA. Thank you for sponsoring us.
Staying in the financial sponsorship area, let's go to American Financing. If you'd like to save upwards of $800 a month, whether you're refinancing or have loans, this is a great group here, American Financing. I believe the website is americanfinancing.com.
Actually, .net/RSBN. So a great spot to look at.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so americanfinancing.net/RSBN for that great sponsor there. Let's move on to patriotaddictdeals.com as well. A number of great products there, including the Trump Combat Knife. You can get more information on other products at Patriot Addict Deals. Also, MyPillow.
Yes, mypillow.com/RSBN for up to 80% off everything. It's a mega sale from our good friend Mike Lindell over at MyPillow. Of course, everything out of his production facilities in Minnesota, but he's got those Gaza dream sheets. Talk about some of the most wonderful and comfortable cotton in the entire world, but my towels and flannel sheets going for a special right now, $29.98 or $44.98 respectively, and of course 800-836-7566 if you'd like to call over there. You might actually hear from Mr. Lindell himself, a great patriot who fights for that First Amendment and for election integrity. So thank you for sponsoring us, sir.
Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you do is text RSBN to 801-801. Also, we do have a newsletter. Go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for more information on America First updates and other events. As you take a live look there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, quite the day of live coverage here. We have been live since, I believe, 10 this morning, maybe even 9 this morning. I've lost track because it's 7:30 at night, but here we are, and so glad to be here with you. For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, for Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern for RSBN Live. Also, if there's any breaking news, we'll come back right here on the channel. Also, you can follow us on social media platforms X and Truth Social. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.